It's dying.
All right, we're on air.
Terminal cancer.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 2:30 p.m. July 28th study session. And the topic of discussion will be the City Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. And I'll pass it off to you.
Yeah, sure. So a couple weeks ago, we had a conversation about a grant that we applied for that kind of, we mentioned this plan that we would be bringing it back. So this is a project that started probably almost 2 years ago. We applied for a grant from the federal government to be able to put this plan together, and it will allow us to apply for additional grants in the future. But this is a culmination of a lot of work in the Public Works Department with tool design to put together this plan, and this is kind of the overview of the plan. So go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm Jim Kowach, city engineer, and Jacob pretty much said it in my introductory remarks, other than it's been a couple years getting here. We collected a lot of data, did quite a bit of public outreach. You guys did get a preview a couple weeks ago when we came to ask permission to apply for an implementation grant, but we have a lot of data about the accidents and history on the city streets of Salina now. For the last 5 years, we've analyzed the data. Tool Design Group was a consultant that we selected and have done the lion's share of the work, and they've done this type of thing for several other communities, so we felt really comfortable with the recommendations they were making. The draft report, which was also included in your packet, it's still a draft. There are some places where we need to add some pictures and add some tables and add some dashboards or those kinds of things, but there are examples of what we're looking at for each corridor. The high injury networks and high risk networks are identified there. So I will introduce Kevin Kroll with Tool Design Group, and he'll walk you through kind of the plan. And if you have questions, I would say go ahead and ask him when you have them rather than wait till the end, because there's a lot of slides and he's going to go through a lot of information. So thank you. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, and as Jim said, if there's anything you need to stop me for, feel free to at any time. I will take a couple of breaks too, just to kind of have some discussion here and there. But I appreciate the chance to speak with all of you today. It's been about 9 months to the day, actually, since I was last in front of this board. So I appreciate the chance to come back. If you go to the next slide, please. So here's our agenda for today. So I just wanted to briefly recap what we've been working on in the project. I know Jim gave some background a couple months ago when he was before you before. And then really to give you an overview of the plan itself, what's in each chapter, how we kind of like approached the putting together the plan and everything. We developed some goals and actions with our plan advisory group, which involves city staff, police, OCCK, and a couple other people. We also will go over some corridor profiles and countermeasure toolbox, which are some of the major recommendations that are coming out of this plan, and really wanting to take the plan from plan to action. And then we'll also go over some next steps, just the last couple of things we need to do in part of our process before having a final plan, and then provide some last minute questions and feedback at the end. And as we said, if there's any questions as I'm presenting, feel free to ask. Next slide. So for the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan format, that's part of the Safer Streets and Roads for All grants opportunity. There are some requirements that we're supposed to tackle as part of that process. Next slide. And in the plan, we actually outline step-by-step sort of how we're meeting each of those, where that's addressed in the plan, and you know, how we're meeting those requirements. Next slide. The plan document itself is put together to be legible and readable for basically anyone from the public who would like to take a look at it. We tried to avoid being overly technical and overly engineering focused or anything like that. That would be tough for someone who doesn't deal with roadway safety to be able to understand. We did try to keep the report down to under 40 pages, which is something that's, I feel, important for that sort of thing. And also included an executive summary in a couple of pages that does give a brief overview of the process and our findings. Yeah, thank you. So just going through chapter by chapter, talking about what's in the plan itself. Chapter 1 is really an introduction to the safe systems approach and Division 0 in general. Those are sort of the guiding principles that this plan and the Safer Streets and Roads for All grant opportunity in general are based on. So this is the belief that no fatalities or serious injuries on our roadways are acceptable, and we need to be working proactively to prevent those fatalities and serious injuries from happening before they actually occur. It also has a quick overview of Salina, mostly focusing on the roadway network, transit, bike and pedestrian infrastructure, and existing conditions. Next slide. Chapter 2 focuses on a couple of other parts that are required as part of this process. So we have our previous and current safety efforts. So we're acknowledging that the City of Salina and the Public Works Department are not new to safety. There's been several steps that they've already undertaken as part of this process to make streets in Salina safer. And this plan is really just meant to build on those existing efforts. We also go over a plan and policy review. We reviewed of several plans and policies that the city currently has in existence, and we wanted to make sure that there were no barriers to implementing safe countermeasures and roadway treatments in Salina. And we also talked to the community and did stakeholder outreach through a series of pop-ups. So we know there's kind of the traditional approach of having an open house and having people come to you to talk about safety. But a lot of times we get better turnout if we go to events where people are already at. And then we just kind of pull them aside and talk safety with them, ask them about concerns within the city, where they feel safe, where they feel unsafe, and so forth. We also had several listening sessions where we just kind of had focus groups with a variety of stakeholders within the region, just wanting to talk about what their needs and concerns were, all of which go to informing our recommendations as part of this plan. And then we also underwent a community needs, context, and demographics analysis. So just trying to make sure that we fully understand the characteristics of the city itself and the people who live here. Next slide.
Excuse me,
Yes.
can you recap the timeline of when those outreach events occurred?
Sure. We had our first one last October, and then we had 3 more that were in the spring, around March.
Okay.
So yeah. And then the focus groups, we had 2 of them that were in October, and then we've had 2 other ones. I don't remember the dates, but I want to say it was around February and April. So it was just kind of as in the last 9 months is when all this has occurred.
Yeah, well, I've gotten feedback that a lot of this stuff we just dreamed up overnight, and I said, well, that's not the case.
No, I mean, it's kind of impossible for us to reach everyone. We wish that we could, but we did have a survey that got over 600 responses. And we did talk to, I'd say probably between the 4 events, we probably talked to about 200 people in person. So we did, talk to and get a lot of different ideas, feedback, recommendations from people. But obviously we can't reach everyone. Any other questions? Okay, I will move on to chapter 3. So this is where a lot of our analysis is, and for this plan and process, we did 3 main analysis products. So there was the descriptive analysis, which is really a citywide look at the crash issues that are occurring in Salina over the last 5 years of available data. So that's 2019 through 2023. And that looks at roadway characteristics. It looks at crash characteristics that are in the actual crash reports that we get from KDOT, and contributing factors. So just trying to find overall patterns that might stand out to us. And some of those patterns were that there's a high number or an overrepresentation of bicycle and pedestrian fatalities and injuries. There's also a lot of mid-block crosses for those pedestrians and bicyclists that are occurring. We also had a lot of angle crashes at intersections. I think those are the 3 things that kind of stood out from that analysis. We did a high injury network, which is highlighting the particular roadways in Salina that have had the highest history of crashes over the last 5 years. So you can see that in the map that's displayed here. And really the big point from this is that 14% of the roadway miles in Salina are responsible for 76% of fatalities and injuries. We also ran this analysis for mode-specific crashes, so we repeated this process for bicyclists, for pedestrians, and for vehicles separately. There's a lot of overlap in those. As you can see, Crawford is highlighted as an example on each one of our high injury networks. And we also we did a high risk network, which is sort of the opposite of a high injury network. High injury network looks back at the last several years of data to identify crash patterns that have occurred. The high risk network tries to identify where crashes are most likely to occur in the future based on roadway characteristics. So that's things like speed limits, number of lanes, traffic volume, things like that. And so that kind of gives us both a reactive and a proactive approach to safety to figure out not only where have crashes occurred, but where are they most likely to occur in the future. For Salina, there was quite a bit of overlap between those two networks. So that basically says where crashes have occurred is where they're likely to occur in the future as well. Next slide. Chapter 4 is sort of more what we'll be going over in more detail today. So we had actions and strategies that were part of this. This is developed in part with our advisory team, which again consists of city staff and some other departments around the city. We also will be introducing a safety toolkit, which we'll go into a little bit more detail today as well. This offers guidance on best practices, both with national resources and state resources, and provides more detail on what safety treatments might be best implemented and where. Next slide. Chapter 5 is the last chapter of the plan, and it goes over monitoring progress. It's a requirement of this plan and process that we need to continue to track our progress towards 0 fatalities and serious injuries. And also any other metrics that we decide with the city, and if there's any recommendations you all have for us of things you would like us to track as part of this process, we're definitely open to that. I've listed some examples on this slide, but it can really be up to the city of what exactly we want to track with this dashboard. So this is something that would be public facing and just kind of allows the citizens to know, hey, that we've done this number of projects that are aimed to reduce crashes, and we've made this progress on the actual number of fatalities and serious injuries year over year. Next slide. So I'll pause there. If there's any other questions, I can answer those at this point, and we'll get into actions and recommendations. Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the next slide. So this is something that we would like to talk with you all about. As part of this process, there's not so much a requirement. I did receive some intel that it was going to become a requirement of this process, but it hasn't so far. But it is to establish a Vision Zero goal, which would be a target of 0 fatalities or serious injuries, or a percentage reduction in fatalities and serious injuries by a target year. So this can be a resolution done by the City Commission. We're not asking for any action on this yet, but we will be coming back to talk about this in a little bit more detail. Jim will be. But our recommendation when we discussed this with our plan advisory team was that a goal of 2035 or 10 years from now would be something that would be achievable. So right now, Salina on average has about 2 fatalities per year and about 17 serious injuries per year. So we'd be looking at getting those numbers to 0 in the next 10 years.
I knew it addressed pedestrian and bicycle. Did it address motorcycles? What percentage of our fatalities or serious wrecks are motorcycles also?
Our data did not really break out motorcycles very well in a way that we could make that distinction. So yeah, we don't really have good numbers on that. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. So these are the 4 plan goals that we have established, again, with the help of our advisory team. And the goals are to create a community that prioritizes safety of all road users, to take proactive approach to roadway safety to prevent crashes before they occur, to prioritize safety in city policies, processes, and programs, and then finally to create safe and comfortable opportunities for walking and biking on Salina's roadways. So these are our goals that were established basically because of the analysis that we did and through the conversations that we've had with public and stakeholders, and then further refined by our advisory team. And then on the next slide, we have specific actions that are recommended as part of these. This has again been vetted by or by our advisory team, but we're happy to take any comments, questions, concerns from this group as well. I won't, in the interest of time, go through each and every one of these bullet points, but just to highlight a couple for this first goal of creating a community that prioritizes safety. One is to develop Salina Vision Zero signage to display while we're doing projects that have a safety engineering component. So when there's construction out there, we're communicating to the public that, hey, we're changing this roadway, we're doing this because it's safer for pedestrians, bicyclists, vehicles, whatever the case may be. So one of the things that we did hear from people and having conversations with them out in the public was that a lot of times there was a project that was ongoing and people didn't really know what was happening. They didn't have an explanation of what the repair was or what the change was and what it would do. So this is sort of an effort to provide more information to the public and give them that background of, hey, we're doing this, it's in the interest of safety, and then we can potentially on the website or something point them to more information there.
Do your numbers, when we look at fatalities or we look at significant injuries in auto accidents, does it address the percentage that were safely seatbelted in and those that do not?
Yeah, that's something we did look at. I don't remember off the top of my head what the percentage is. I know broadly speaking at like the national level, it can be up to 40-some% of crashes that are non-belted passengers or drivers. So that is a significant concern. It's something that, you know, seatbelts have been around for a long time, but it is still a major contributing factor. All right, I'll move on to the next slide. For taking a proactive approach to roadway safety to prevent crashes before they occur, one of the major things that I'd like to recommend is to establish a Vision Zero board or commission that leads ongoing efforts to prevent fatalities and serious injuries moving forward. So the safe system approach and Vision Zero really requires that somebody become a champion of roadway safety within each community that is looking to reduce their fatalities and serious injuries. So that can be a city staff person, that could be a member of the public who's just really interested in safety and wants to make Salina roadways safer. That's really up to you all and the other city staff how exactly that's approached, but that is something that in order for this plan to be put into implementation, I would recommend that somebody is appointed as a champion. And then I'll go to the next slide. Prioritizing safety and city policies, process, and programs. So I know there's a lot of existing efforts that are already out there to make roadways safer. One of the things we reviewed is the comprehensive plan, and that safety is mentioned in there quite a bit. Let's see. Updating this plan basically on a regular schedule, recommend probably every 5 years. It'd be nice to have a new high injury network as conditions on the roadways change. We do need to continue to update and evaluate how things are changing with the improvements that are made and what new challenges might be out there. Next slide. And then creating safe and comfortable opportunities for walking and biking on Salina's roadways. So this is another thing that was very popular in our conversations with the public, is they wanted more access to walking and biking facilities. Some common concerns were that sidewalks don't always continue through. There's not a continuous sidewalk for an entire corridor sometimes, or the sidewalk is in sometimes poor condition. Generally, people wanted to walk and bike more. I'd say that was a question that we asked in our survey, and I think it was 86%, something like that, had said that they wanted more access to biking and walking opportunities. Next slide. So I'll take another break there. Any other questions or comments on those?
I did have one question. A couple slides back, it talked about just doing studies on the speed limits around the community. And, you know, one can't help it when they go to different towns and cities to kind of compare and contrast. And I've noticed that there are a number of communities where they have a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit within residential areas. Is there any quantifiable data that backs up doing that? Because it seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do.
Yes, and I don't remember the statistics on top of my head, but there is pretty good data that shows reducing miles per hour, the speed limit by 5 miles an hour in residential areas, or even going down to 20 if you want to be really, really bold, does reduce fatalities and serious injuries. Again, I don't have the stats on the top of my head, but I can get that to Jim.
But there's meat on the bone, so to speak.
There's meat on the bones, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
I just, well, here in Salina, we just completed a project at the YMCA with an elevated pedestrian crossing, which I've been over, and it slows you down. And Kansas City, Kansas is going all in with speed humps to slow traffic. Is that something that's rational and cost effective to?
It can be. There's depending on the exact situation, there's a number of things you can do. So speed humps is a good countermeasure. You can also do things like a raised crosswalk, which is essentially a crosswalk with a speed hump built into it. So
That's what we just completed.
right. Okay. Yeah. So that is a really good recommendation. I really like those. We've had really good success with other projects. I'll say with those, it also lets drivers kind of know that they're entering a pedestrian zone rather than a pedestrian entering a vehicle zone, which is kind of good psychologically. But yeah, I like those. All right, and we'll talk about a couple other similar countermeasures that could be considered as well later on in the process. So I'll go to the next slide here. So as part of this plan, we put together a countermeasure selection toolkit, which is basically a number of safety-focused countermeasures, roadway treatments that are designed to slow vehicles down, make visibility more apparent, reduce conflicts between vehicles and other modes of traffic, or just vehicles and other vehicles. And really, it provides guidance on effective roadway treatments from the federal guidance and from any state guidance that we were able to come across. So for each of these, and I believe there's 30-some total, we provided purpose and description of each one of them, where and when they should be applied, because some of them only work under certain conditions. Any design guidance or considerations that should also be taken into account before putting this into the actual roadways. And then some estimates on relative costs, how much of a crash reduction we can expect. In that situation, we're taking those numbers from federal highways, proven safety countermeasures guidance. And so that's available on some of the measures. Not all of them are on that list. Next slide. And so another major deliverable that came out of this process was corridor profile analysis. So we're essentially taking the high injury network that we developed earlier on in this process and then identified what are the top priorities for the city in terms of which roadways have the highest number of fatalities and serious injuries. And so we identified 6 different areas or corridors throughout the city that we wanted to focus on. And then we were able to go into more detail about what types of crashes are occurring at each of those locations, and then what sort of countermeasures would best treat those crash types. Next slide, please. So we'll start with Crawford Street because that is the roadway that was most dangerous in our analysis. It's also the one that came up most in our conversations with the public. And it's really hard to see on the screen, but essentially there are the highest number of fatalities and serious injuries on this roadway. A lot of the crashes on this roadway are angle crashes and rear end crashes. And that's mostly due to people trying to stop in the middle of the road to be able to make that left turn or to turn out into traffic from a side street. So next slide. So the major way to combat that, well, let me back up a little bit. So for each of these corridor profiles, what we then recommended, we sort of outlined the problems that we were seeing in terms of traffic safety, and then we also provided on a separate sheet the recommendations for that corridor. So these would be corridor length countermeasures that would apply to the entire corridor. And there's also some point recommendations. So say a certain intersection had an issue, we would then just highlight what we could do at that specific location. Next slide. So for Crawford Street, one of the major recommendations we'd have is to do a roadway reconfiguration or a lane reconfiguration from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. And the major benefits of that is essentially you have no more conflicts with somebody trying to stop in a travel lane and turn left. There's a dedicated turn lane available for that. You also have, it's easier to turn out onto that roadway from a side street. So it greatly reduces the number of angle crashes and rear end crashes, which is, again, is what we're seeing there. It also provides some additional buffer space for pedestrians as they're walking on the sidewalks. So as of right now, the sidewalk is right next to the roadway, and it's very uncomfortable to be a pedestrian out there. We did a walk audit back in March, and it was, I mean, you're feet away from a vehicle traveling 45 miles an hour. Sometimes it's not comfortable to be out there. So lots of benefits to that. There's also a stretch between Broadway and 9th Street that is almost, I think, a mile long without any mid-block crossing or any crossing at a sidewalk, a designated space for pedestrians. And we actually witnessed a group of about 8 kids scramble across the roadway while we were out there trying not to get hit by a car. So another recommendation we'd have there is to add a mid-block crossing. Next slide. And this is sort of the countermeasure as it is outlined in our countermeasure toolbox of what this would do. So again, reducing vehicle speeds and also preventing different vehicle speeds. So somebody traveling at 45 miles an hour and somebody traveling at 30 miles an hour can kind of create its own conflict. And just going down to 3 lanes prevents some of that before it happens.
And when you talk about mid-block crossing, that's with some type of signal.
So in this case, it would be with what's called a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. So there's a couple of those already in Salina. Okay. So we'd be wanting to add a couple of those on Crawford Street as well. So it essentially creates a chance for pedestrians to cross in a designated area so that they're not jaywalking. I mean, realistically, pedestrians are not going to walk half a mile down the road to go to a crosswalk if they don't have a better option. So essentially, we're trying to provide them a better option.
Is that kind of like what we have out here?
Yes, yeah. Same sort of deal.
Which is still dangerous.
But less dangerous.
Yeah, the trouble is a pedestrian can feel safe and they're not. I mean, that's the problem. I cross it quite a few times, and it's just because it's flashing doesn't mean everybody understands that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
There can be a sense of security when it's not there too. So I know on Ohio Street we have one, that mid-block crossing, and it's an actual stoplight.
Yeah,
between.
In town that do that.
Yeah.
Depending on the area and how far it is,
Yeah.
we may look at those things, whether it's a full stop. There's one on Crawford, on East Crawford, by Fairdale. There's one that stops. There's one on Santa Fe by the hospital that stops people fully. So we have a few, and we would just have to, as we review these road projects and they come up.
Is your mic on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we certainly do have a few that do full stops in the community, and as these projects come up, we would review them. I mean, part of the reason to have this plan in place is we can say, okay, here's a project. How do we make it safer? These are the things that have been recommended. We can use these tools. How do they work in conjunction with the other tools? And as you talk about like road diets and things, I mean, a lot of this goes back to the project we talked about on Crawford not that long ago. Road diets coupled with, flashing beacons. Once you open that up and you don't have 4 lanes of traffic anymore, you only have 3. There's a place for somebody in the middle if they want to walk halfway across and wait. Also, you're not worried about traffic buzzing around another car who's slowed down and stopped. So there's just a better opportunity for a pedestrian to be able to see what's going on across the street. So, yeah, certainly we'll take those things into account.
Yeah, and if I didn't explain it very well, this is essentially a menu of different recommendations that could be chosen based on the crash types that we've analyzed and what we see have worked in other communities. So again, for that 4 to 3 lane conversion, we do have good resources on what sort of crash reduction we could expect from that, and that is a 47% reduction just in that countermeasure alone. And a lot of times when you add more than one countermeasure to a roadway, you can get a multiplication of that and really just drive that down further and further. And my next slide is kind of on the same sort of deal where we're looking at the RRFBs, or rectangular rapid flashing beacons. with a center crossing island. So that center crossing island essentially allows a pedestrian, rather than trying to cross 4 lanes of traffic at once, it allows them to cross 1 lane, stop, take a breather if the traffic is not cleared on that other side, wait for traffic to clear, and then cross 1 more lane. So it's a lot less crossing distance, and they do have a little bit more protection there in the middle. We'll go to the next slide. So as mentioned, this was all put together as part of the SS for a demonstration grant that the city went after last month. So again, this was all informed by the analysis that we did as part of this process, the community feedback that we got, the walk audits that we did on Crawford. So we're looking at potentially a 35%, or sorry, 35% of the crashes on this corridor so far, or in the past 5 years, are rear end crashes. 48% are angle crashes. So those rear end crashes, that's 17% of all rear end crashes in the city of Salina are along this one corridor. And I believe it's about 10% of all angle crashes. So a significant portion of all crashes are right there. All right, so I'll go to the next slide. Another community concern and something that stood out in our crash data was the intersection of Magnolia and 9th Street. So we took another chance to go down there and did a walk audit there as well. Next slide. This is just breaking down Magnolia and 9th Street separately, so we could fully look at all the lane lane configurations, presence of stoplights, speed limits, ADT, that sort of thing, all in our corridor profile analysis. Next slide. But there's, again, sort of a menu of options that could be used at this intersection. So one thing that could be considered is a roundabout. I've already gotten direction from our public works that that's something that the public would probably not be very interested in, but that's okay. There's several other options that could be also taken on to improve safety at that intersection. So things like there are currently slip lanes at each of the 4 corners of this intersection. We could reconfigure those slip lanes to be a little bit different. So it's sort of a sharper angle of a slip lane that slows people down a little bit and prevents some of the crashes that we're seeing there. Another thing that could be added is leading pedestrian intervals, or potentially studying the intersection to have a protected left turn phasing. So all of these are sort of a menu of options available to the city. Next slide. And so just to again go back to our countermeasure toolbox and how that helps explain what each of these countermeasures is really trying to do. Leading pedestrian intervals are situations where if a pedestrian's at that intersection and they push the button, it gives them a couple extra seconds during an all red phase for vehicles to establish themselves into the actual crosswalk. That way they kind of get a head start and they're more visible to any car that's trying to turn right or trying to turn left there. And it's shown to have a 12% reduction in pedestrian vehicle crashes at those intersections where it's implemented. Next slide.
Is that intersection the highest for pedestrian vehicle crashes?
I don't believe pedestrians were a particularly high issue out there. There were a fair number of bicyclists crashes, but when we were doing the walk audits, we did see a couple of pedestrians there and several bicyclists. And then also it's kind of a concern because we have that walking trail along
but
that
it's
corridor
mostly vehicle crashes. Is it the highest for vehicle crashes then?
I believe for any intersection, yes, it was the highest. So our next corridor was Ohio Street. Again, this is something that stood out in our analysis and also was a community concern. Next slide. So lots of recommendations here. One of the major ones was corridor access management. There's a lot of driveways to and from businesses along this area, and that can create a lot of conflict points. So a lot of more Well, a lot of major streets now try to limit access to that corridor, and sort of have entrances and exits that are a little bit more combined. Sometimes medians can be a really good way to prevent people from trying to make a dangerous left turn. If we go to the next slide, it sort of illustrates this idea. So cutting down on any additional and unnecessary driveways to a business or to a residence. If there's sort of redundancy there, it's an opportunity for us to potentially channel traffic a little bit more and take out some of those conflict zones. And then again, preventing or sort of channelizing left turns left turns into a business or right turns out of a business. Just provides us a chance to cut down on those risky behaviors of somebody trying to jet out onto a 5-lane road where there's not really space to do so. And again, according to federal guidance, it's a 25 to 31% reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes along urban and suburban arterials.
I do have a question regarding that center turn lane and, putting in some obstructions to kind of, you said at conflict points. And I'm not sure what you call this dynamic, but it's basically when sometimes people will make a left turn off of a side street and then they turn that center turn lane into kind of a de facto entrance ramp.
Right.
And I'm assuming that would probably mitigate that habit or that
Right.
tendency as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
That was kind of an incomplete question, but I was just more thinking out loud, I guess. But yeah, but on Ohio in particular, it seems like we're around the East Cloud Dillons, that west point of entry, and then there's a small strip mall on the other side of the street, and that seems to be a point of contention quite a bit that I've noticed. But
Yeah, a lot of times it's just that a business is closed down that had different needs, and now there's a new business that's come in. Maybe they don't need 3 entrances to their location, so there's an opportunity to close one of those, or yeah, just to kind of provide more guidance to traffic as to what's safe to do here.
thank you.
Here on page 32, the Belmont Wayne School Zone. I'm trying to picture where you're directing this. Is it where it crosses Ohio Street? Got the Belmont Wayne Ohio Street.
Mm-hmm.
And saying a crossing guard staffing. Is that something communities are back to doing?
That is something that could be considered. I believe that'd have to be a conversation with the school district itself. Again, it's kind of something that's on the menu, but whether or not that's something that needs to happen is kind of up to the city.
Yeah, it is kind of a complex intersection. And then your retro-reflective backplates.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mr. Toysh and I worked on the backplate upgrades. Is
Yes.
that what?
Yes, so I mean,
That
this
is-
is essentially recommendations to do the rest of the intersections that haven't been done yet. But yeah, we definitely acknowledge the work that's already been done on many intersections already in the city. So appreciate that. All right. Go to the next slide. Oh, sorry, and one more, thank you. And then Shilene Road, next slide. So there's a lot of truck traffic in this, a lot of new warehousing coming in along this corridor. It's a little bit further south. You have the intersection with the highway there and everything. So a lot of the recommendations on this roadway are focused on that. And also extending the pedestrian comfort and safety a little bit towards the west. A little bit. Next slide. But the recommendation I'd like to highlight is curb radius reductions. So curb radius reductions, slow turning movements. There's a couple of cross streets off of Shilene that have pretty large turning radiuses, which allow people to turn at higher speeds. This can be something that's dangerous to other vehicles and dangerous to pedestrians or bicyclists that might be present. And in getting them to slow down a little bit at a target speed of about 15 miles an hour means that if a crash does happen, it's happening at a slow enough speed that somebody's probably going to be able to walk away from that. But also just acknowledging with the truck traffic there, one option is truck aprons, which are sort of hardened corners that are not something you'd want to drive over in a normal vehicle, but something that semi-trucks have no trouble driving over. It doesn't hurt their vehicles or anything like that. So it sort of slows normal traffic down, but still allows larger vehicles to pass through there. And that goes for things like fire response as well.
The biggest complaint we receive at some of these intersections, 9th and Magnolia, 9th and Schilling, is the flashing yellow lights, yellow arrows.
The flashing left turn?
Yeah,
Yes.
left turn arrows. And is there anything we can do to improve on that?
There is. I'd say with those, there tends to be what sort of trade-off do you want to make? So the flashing yellow is essentially there to let traffic still turn when there's nobody else coming on, but that does compromise safety a little bit with people making turns when they probably shouldn't be. You can have a solid green or you can have a solid red instead, depending on which phase you're in, but it's going to come with a trade-off of throughput. So it's really just about managing which of those you want to prioritize.
Personally, I'm a fan of those flashing left turn arrows because it allows you to have your own agency. I mean, how many times have we sat in an intersection and it's red and then there's nothing coming on the, and you just feel like, okay, well, all right, and I get it, but I feel like at some point there's a level of try and protect people as much as they can, but there's also on the flip end of the argument or conversation, I should say, is driver education and just accountability. Like we're more distracted than ever, despite all the technological advances that attempt to kind of put that all into that smart screen or Apple CarPlay or whatever the other one is for Android. But I think when we start taking away the agency to make a left turn, I don't know. It just feels like a little over officious, and I understand the stats might dictate otherwise, but I'd definitely be in opposition to getting rid of those for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, it'd be a recommendation to study those phases and seeing how we could be more efficient or safer with turning phases. So that'd be sort of a let's see what works here situation.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, I'll go to the next one. So the next is sort of an area rather than just a single corridor, but we highlighted Santa Fe. Next slide. 7th Street, and then one more slide, please. And Walnuts. So this is all we're treating as one combined corridor, even though there are some unique characteristics there. If you next slide, please, again. So some of the major recommendations for this corridor is that there are currently bike lanes out there, but the way that it's set up is that there are parked cars, a parking lane, then the bike lane, and then the travel lane. And what we'd actually recommend is that you flip those. So there'd be a bike lane on the outside of the roadway and then parked vehicles to act as a buffer between bicyclists and vehicles, and then the actual roadway itself. So that just kind of gives us an opportunity to create more separation between bicyclists and vehicles, which is something that both bicyclists and vehicles like. You know, if you're in a car, you don't really want to be next side of a bicycle. If you're on a bicycle, you don't want to be next to a vehicle. So that is something that's very popular. And it also does add that protection, and we want to make sure that we continue that protection through intersections. So to create good bicycle corridors, we have to consider not just the corridor itself, but also the intersections that it's going to be going through. Because if intersections can act as pretty major barriers, then people wanting to actually bike on that corridor. So I'm just making sure that that safety is extended through that and can kind of continue on to the other side. Results in a lot more bicyclists actually using that facility. Next slide, please. So this is a sort of an example of what that could potentially look like. The top illustration here is probably not the best for what I just talked about, because it's showing a barrier rather than having parked cars act as a barrier. But then you also can see the protection that's offered through the intersection itself. So there's a little bit more visibility that can be provided to bicyclists, bicyclists, pedestrians, and vehicles, so they can all see each other, because that's one of the major obstacles. You sometimes don't see a bicyclist or a pedestrian. And when you're driving in a car, and just trying to make sure that everyone's aware of each other really increases the safety. Next slide. Then we have Iron Avenue and extending on to State Street as our next corridor. Next slide. So lots of different recommendations here as well. One thing that could be tried, so this is something that's a little bit different from speed humps or raised crosswalks, but one of the other things that we could recommend is called a chicane. So any motorsport fan out there probably knows what a chicane is already, but that's something that can be used for vehicles on public roadways as well. And that essentially forces them to turn left or right. It gives them sort of a physical thing to react to. And then it tends to naturally slow them down. So this is something that's popular on residential roadways as well. So we talk about potentially lowering speed limits on residential roadways. This is something that could kind of help reinforce that. Sorry, next slide. Along with that, you can actually use parking to act as that barrier. So you have parking allowed on one side, and then it switches to the other side. That kind of forces vehicles to naturally make that left-right turn before they travel on. And we do see significantly slowed speeds to whatever the target speed we want to reach would be. So that can be done pretty cheaply and effectively with things like concrete planters or just some signposts. And it's, as I said, street parking can be pretty effective and used with that. But just wanted to kind of highlight some options there west of 9th Street on this roadway. Next slide. All right, so hopefully that was a good overview of the roadways that are most in need of some sort of countermeasures, and then a couple of highlights of how we want to take our countermeasure toolbox that we've developed and use that to implement actual treatments and countermeasures on the roadways in Salina itself. So with that, I can go to next steps. Next slide. So from here on, we have a couple more items left to do before we have a final plan. So we have to fine-tune our countermeasure toolbox and decision matrix, which is sort of a companion piece with that countermeasure toolbox that helps staff know when and where to implement a certain countermeasure. So that's especially effective if there's any sort of turnover within the city. It helps transfer that knowledge base in an easy to understand document, so that if a new engineer or planner comes in, they're not starting from scratch. They have that resource available to them already. We have our corridor profile maps and recommendations. There's a couple of last minute changes that we're going to be making to those from what the draft format that they're in right now. But that should all be very quick, and it's, I'd say, 90% done at this point. We want to finalize our safety action plan. As Jim mentioned, there's a couple more graphs, a couple more photos to add to that. We can adjust the text if there's any feedback from this committee on how they want to do that. And then we're also going to be creating a digital dashboard where the public can access countermeasures, see progress that's made over time, and see what the city of Salina is doing to make the roads safer. Next slide, please. So along with that, that sort of fulfills the progress and transparency requirement of SS4A as a grant. So that is something that's mandated that we do have to do, is to create that public-facing document and dashboard where they can see how we're making progress. Next slide. And that's all the work that I've planned to talk to you today about. I'm happy to take any questions, comments, concerns.
One question. One of the on-demand lights was mentioned was at our hospital, connecting it with the garage. And coming to this meeting, in the space of about 10 seconds, almost got run over by 2 people. The light was blatantly red for them. Little lady was walking towards me, and I'm walking towards the garage. And the second one, I just put my hand up and said, like, stop. You see us walking across here. Both drivers were on the cell phones. The cell phone inattention is something that doesn't show up in these stats because they're near misses. Is there a way to predict when a city is big enough or busy enough or school zones or where driver restrictions on cell phone use becomes a prudent move?
In my opinion, it should be universal. Cell phones really are a big issue, and like you said, there's not very good data on that. I would actually say it goes beyond what you said. Is usually when there is evidence. This is a report from the National Safety Council from several years ago, but it said that in cases where a crash occurred and the officer had evidence that a cell phone was being used at the time of the crash, it was still only reported about 50% of the time. So that's in cases where there was evidence. And then there's all these other times, like you said, near misses where a crash didn't occur, but it was very close to occurring. We don't have data on that. We know distracted driving is a really big concern, but how do we combat that is extremely difficult. Even with laws, officers have trouble getting people to either admit to cell phone use or just being able to see them and get evidence that they were on their phone. So it's a very big issue. I will say, as part of the SS4A demonstration grant that we did apply for, $50,000 of that was to go towards behavioral messaging and outreach to try to cut down on vehicles yielding at crosswalks, especially, or at mid-block crossings that it was part of that process or part of that grant. So that behavior is definitely something that needs to be addressed, and that it's a major challenge.
Yeah, it's a very good point, and I have become increasingly frustrated the fact that surrounding states have enacted hands-free laws. I don't know how many states have now, but all of them surrounding Kansas have. Mm-hmm. And our state legislature just does not seem to want to take the matter up. I think it needs to be statewide.
I just was out of town for a week, and both places, you can't use the cell phone. You can't have your hand on the cell phone anyway, while you're driving, and it's, that's the expectation. Are the people who are cheating? Absolutely. But 80% of the people have increased attention because they don't have the cell phones in their hand. It goes a long way towards preventing not just the near misses, but the actual crashes. Mm-hmm. I'm a great fan of being proactive, particularly if it's been tried in other places and it works.
I certainly wouldn't want to see us enact a local ordinance. I would like to see statewide.
Well, I think the way
Universal.
Kansas works, I've only been here 26 years, you have to get a critical number of cities to do it first, and then the state legislature says, well, maybe we should move in that direction. It doesn't, the only things that come from top down are to limit what we can do, usually financially. But
well, I questioned a couple of years ago when we were at the Capitol the KDOT director. I posed that question, and they were rolling out this phone down, buckle up, phone down, and whoopee.
Yeah, with that sort of messaging, it can be effective, but it's usually effective when there's a major enforcement component enacted along with it. So there needs to be both the message and the consequence if you don't follow those rules. Right. but that's something that's kind of hard to put together. And it's usually only done with a step grant or something like that.
Well, I think it might come down to insurance companies getting involved.
I mean, I have the State Farm app where it monitors if I pick up my phone or something like that, and then gives me a score, and my insurance costs are adjusted based on that. So I have a good score, don't worry. But that is something that some insurance companies are doing. They've also made efforts to make that data available to people like myself who look at a lot of crash stats. Unfortunately, it's pretty expensive a lot of the time, and kind of has questionable data accuracy sometimes. But I think it's an evolving space that can help give us more information on things like those near misses. So they monitor things like hard braking events, where a near miss may have happened. Somebody slammed on their brakes for some reason, probably trying to avoid something. But beyond that, yeah, some of that data is really hard to come by.
And I know I have a couple locations that I guess it's taken up with city staff that weren't included in yours, but like 7th and Iron Street, if you're headed south. And part of that's due to we've made some changes to our parking. And if you're trying to look to the east, you have to roll out a ways to see. And also just pulling out of our Circle Drive here, if anybody does that, out of the city-county building, we've allowed parking almost clear up to the exit, and you have to kind of slide out to be able to see traffic coming from that direction. So those are two items that I think we need to address for just removing a parking space. I think would take care of a couple issues. And I guess I tell citizens if they see those things also to let us know. So
I would definitely concur with you on 7th and Iron. I run into that a lot down there. It's just that one extra parking spot.
and it's just if
hard
you're
to see.
headed south or trying to turn, and I know,
We used to have a stoplight there.
yeah, we did.
And
Yeah.
there's many times I've said, I miss that stoplight.
I know some people that now, because my office is in that block, that actually go north to Ash, so they don't have to try to go on through Iron. So
Yeah, and I didn't highlight it in this presentation, but that is something that pops up in our safety countermeasure toolbox is daylighting for intersections. So just trying to make sure that visibility is there. So that's a great point.
Any other questions or?
So is there, I'm assuming then the final plan of decisions are not yet ready as to what you do where. What's the timeline on?
We plan to wrap up development really in the next month. So our current plan, I think, is through September, 1st of September. So we're really trying to get everything done in the next month or so.
So if citizens had hot spots that may not have been uncovered by this, who should they send information to?
City engineer's office.
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't believe so, but we appreciate the thoroughness of your presentation and you taking the time to do so.
All right.
A couple follow-up things.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you guys have some homework. Dr. Davis, you asked when the recommendations are all going to be done, and there will be a lot of choices for each of these hotspots. You know, our high injury networks and our high risk networks, which are places that are similar to the injury networks, but may or may not be experiencing high injuries yet. But we would expect it because it's similar number of lanes, similar number of speed limits, those kinds of things. But one of the things that we need to do is make a commitment on our vision, our goal to zero fatalities or serious injuries. That seriousness, honestly, you know, if you gave me $10 million a month and we made driving in Salina illegal, we could maybe get it to zero. But I know we don't have that kind of money. So we want to be very serious and aggressive as far as what our goals are as far as a drive to zero fatalities or a drive to a lower number of injury accidents, but we also need to be practical. We can't, eliminate cars in Salina or something that drastic, but we are going to need to make some sort of, in our final report and we'd like to come back with you for some sort of resolution if we'd like to reduce the number of fatalities by 50% in 5 years or 10 years or something we can measure against, but not be totally overwhelming and ask for the moon and then not have the funds to back it up. So I want you to be thinking about it as far as your appetite for how aggressive you want us, the city engineer's office, to attack changes in our driving patterns and our pedestrian and bicycle patterns here in town. So, Jacob, if you want to add any more to that.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think, as Jim said, once the plan is kind of completed, we'll bring it back for adoption, and I think at that time we'll have a resolution there that will kind of highlight some of those goals for zero, and we'll move forward. But certainly you can probably tell a lot of the things that we've talked about we're already starting to implement. I mean, as we've done street projects in the last couple of years, we've started to implement some of these things already. So this is just kind of a continuation of what we're doing, and then maybe being a little bit more focused on that. So as we bring a street project forward, we'll be focused on, hey, these are the things that are safety, particular for this kind of project. So.
Could I ask, probably the engineer, just one question? Is the painting process for the bike lane sharrows different from the lane markers? Because that paint seems to wear off a lot faster than the lane markers.
When we do a new, like a heavy treatment or something, we will put acrylic paint down or cold plastic markings. Our normal overlay projects are just normal pavement marking paint, and those usually last a couple years. You talked about, we've already started some things. The reflectorized backing plates, a higher frequency on how often we're painting some of, especially of our intersections. The dashed lines at some of those, like Magnolia and 9th, we refreshed those because they were hard to see. We're trying to look at speed limits. We're looking at a lot more requests for stop signs and yield signs in residential areas. Some of those things that are kind of behind the scenes, but we are making changes to try to improve the statistics or improve the safety for the public already. But it's the same kind of markings. We normally don't do we're only at half the frequency you would normally see on a bike lane anyway. So we only paint about half the markings you would see somewhere else. But we only do that when we resurface the road, which is 5 to 7 years. The paint usually lasts 2 to 4 years. So we're not doing, when we go out and do extra pavement markings, it's for the things that count, specifically at intersections and centerline type of incidents.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
If I'm not on a bike, it probably does.
Well, no,
but yeah.
they're still visible, but they're not refreshed as often as what I was trying to get at. If they're not visible at all, we're painting them. But if we're not just painting them to practice.
Right.
If they're still visible, we're not redoing the bike lanes as often as we are centerline markings, and especially intersection markings.
So that's just another instance if someone sees one that's totally washed out, faded.
They can let us know, and we'll try to get it included with our next project.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, no step away. There's been reports that there is increased volume of traffic in Salina. Do we have any data on just pure traffic volume?
No, we don't. We have counted several intersections just with our field staff or our office staff but we don't have hard and fast numbers that were officially counted since 2019. The last KDOT time they come in and count all our major corridors is every 10 years, and we're halfway between that cycle. So I don't have any updated numbers. When we have counted in a few locations, they are comparing higher than what was reported 5 years ago, but we don't have kind of the systematic traffic counts that we'd like to have.
Okay.
Thank you. Have anything else, or we guess we'll adjourn until our regular 4 o'clock meeting. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We will call to order the Salina City Commission meeting for July 28th, 2025. And I will request staff confirmation of the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Required notice has properly been provided.
Yes.
Thank you. On to roll call.
Mayor Lankowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine.
Here.
Everyone that's able, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. No public hearings, so on to the consent agenda.
Item 4.1, consider approval of the minutes of the July 14th, 2025 regular meeting. Item 4.2, consider approval of resolution number 25-8301, authorizing and providing for design and construction of a new scale house at the landfill. Item 4.3, consider awarding a bid for the purchase and installation of a playground for Kenwood Park to All-Inclusive Rec in the amount of $47,000. Item 4.4, consider awarding a bid for the purchase and installation of a playground for Bill Burke Park to All-Inclusive Rec in the amount of $150,000. Item 4.5, consider a request from the Flor de Sol Homeowners Association for approval of proposed amendments to the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions for the Flor de Sol edition. And item 4.6, consider approval of resolution number 25-8303, accepting the 2025 Emergency Solutions Grant Conditional Award.
Thank you. Is there any commissioner who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to remove item 4.6.
Okay, noted. And items 4.1 through 4.5, is there any citizen who would like to comment on those, any of those items? Bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Lankowitz, I move we approve consent agenda items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda 4.1 through 4.5. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. And on to 4.6.
So item 4.6 is to consider approval of resolution number 25-8303, accepting the 2025 Emergency Solutions Grant Conditional Award.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Marissa Patton. I am a community relations specialist and one of the grant administrators for the ESG grant. We are asking that you would accept the conditional award from KHRC for the ESG grant for the grant cycle 2025 to help address homelessness and housing concerns in the city of Salina.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The reason I wanted to hear this item is to let the public know that we are doing things to address homelessness and those less fortunate. I think some of the things that these agencies that are receiving these funds are making a difference. I don't know if anyone in Salina is noticing, but I've seen great improvements.
Yeah, and our 4 agencies that are receiving this grant, it helps with street outreach, emergency shelter, homeless prevention, and rapid rehousing.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments?
No further questions.
Any citizen wish to comment on item 4.6? And I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 25-8303, accepting the congressional grant award of $216,348, approving a grant agreement with the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation for the 2025 Emergency Solutions Grant, and authorize the mayor to execute the grant agreement and authorize the city manager to direct any administrative actions and execute any documents necessary to implement the terms of the agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second resolution to approve resolution number 25-8303, accepting the 2025 Emergency Solutions Grant Conditional Award. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. Thank you again. On to administration.
Item 5.1, set the public hearing date for the 2026 budget.
Good
Ms. Pack.
afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. State statute requires that a formal public hearing on the proposed budget be held and that a public notice be published at least 10 days prior to that hearing. A notice will be published also on the city's website. This notice will provide the date, time, and location of the hearing. This notice also establishes the maximum limits for the 2026 budget and the maximum amount of ad valorem property tax that can be levied. During the June 23rd, 2025 study session, the City Commission directed staff to budget the 2026 budget on using the revenue neutral rate. Staff sent that notice to the county clerk that the city did not intend to exceed the revenue neutral rate for 2026 on July 8th. The proposed budget establishes a maximum mill levy of 28.568 mills, which is 0.849 mills lower than last year. This mill will allocate tax amounts to the general fund in an amount of $12,306,400 and to the bond and interest fund in an amount of $3,350,350. This action today is just a motion to authorize us to publish the notice and to set the hearing date at this time. And I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Pack?
I'd just like to clarify that our mill levy will drop by 0.849 mils.
Correct.
That's not quite 1 mil, but
That's close.
most people should see their property tax lower or stay about the same.
From the city. The
From the city.
city's
From the
portion of the property tax should go
Yes.
down, depending on what their valuation did, but from a mill levy perspective, it
But
should.
anything that goes up, we will get blamed for it, I'm sure.
Well, with that in mind, is there anyone from the public that would wish to comment on this item? I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move to authorize publication of the notice of budget public hearing for the 2026 budget, which sets August 11, 2025, as the date for the public hearing and establishes the maximum property tax revenue at $15,646,750, an estimated mill levy rate of 28.568, with the final mill levy rate being determined by the county clerk upon final certification.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to authorize publication of the notice of budget public hearing for 2026 budget, which sets August 11, 2025 as the date for the public hearing and establishes the maximum property tax revenue at $15,646,750 and the estimated mill levy rate of 28.568, with the final mill levy rate being determined by the county clerk upon final certification. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. On to 5.2.
Item 5.2, consider approval of an electrical contractor for the Temple parking lot lighting installation in an amount not to exceed $65,466.
Mr. Kowach.
Good afternoon, Jim Kowach, Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer. We're bringing an item forward to the commission tonight because it exceeds the city manager's purchasing authority of $50,000. We've got a contract we're requesting approval for the amount of $65,466. Earlier this year, on April 14th, City Commission approved repairs and upgrades to the Temple parking lot. It included an asphalt mill and overlay, replacement of some curbs and gutters, some sidewalks, widening of the entrances, new pavement markings. And then later this summer, on June 23rd, 2025, the City Commission approved some of those additional expenses for widening the entrances and sidewalks, as well as adding lighting to the project. This was a highly desirable improvement. The manager of the temple was anxious to try to get the improvements in this year, just to preserve the parking lot, but also just to get it in place. We approached Precision Electric that had done previous work for the temple as well as previous work for parking lots here in the city, and asked them to not only give us a quote for the lighting, but make a recommendation and do the plans, just to expedite the whole process. Because if we had to advertise for design and then advertise for work and then advertise, we wouldn't have had any opportunity to try to get it done this year. So based on the City Light Stage parking lot, the Fieldhouse parking lot, and the KU parking lot, some plans were developed, and Precision Electric gave us a quote to install the entire system, turnkey. The work will be paid for as part of the $463,800 on hand for the Fieldhouse offsite parking lot account. And that was previously explained to the commission as well. So we are asking for sole source approval to hire Precision Electric and authorize the city manager and enter into an agreement or proposal with them for the temple parking lot lighting to be constructed in conjunction with the temple asphalt paving and curb project this fall. We currently have the asphalt project advertised. It did go to the Downtown Design Review Board last week and was approved without changes. We plan to open bids for the asphalt work August 7th. And if those are acceptable, come back to commission on August 25th for approval, which will roughly get us September and October to do all the concrete work and the asphalt work, get the trees planted and get the lights in before this weather sets in for the winter. So that's our schedule, and I will stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kowach? Thank you. Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? And just need your name and address before you.
Tony Johnson, Salina, Kansas. Did we not submit for bids on this lighting? And why, if not, why not?
I explained that.
Okay, so we got enough money, we just throw it around now. We don't even try to save money anymore. Is that the way I understand it? I mean, $60-some thousand just right out the door. It's not a good way to do business, I wouldn't think, if you're looking after the interest of the taxpayer, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else?
Rosemary Salina. Is this not a private business, the temple? Why are we putting lighting and doing their parking lot if it's a private business? Are we going to start doing every private business downtown's parking lots and lighting? I think you guys need to take another look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have a question and comment for Ms. Landis. I have issue that I want to support your mission there, but the building is increasingly occupied by people pushing an agenda, and I cannot accept, if this is going to be a public supported building, to have outward expressions of partisanship.
The people that we have renting space there, we're open to everyone. And we've had Republicans and Democrats. We've had a wide variety. Everyone is welcome there, and that's what we're striving to do with that building.
Okay, they're welcome inside, but you have public expressions on the outside.
What do we have on the outside? I'm sorry.
On the I don't know what was coming through there. On the southeast corner, bottom floor window, there is a sign in the window that says "Vote Democrat."
Oh.
I think if I'm going to support this, that needs to come down.
Okay, and I'm not opposed to that. We have different businesses there, and they post things in their windows. I wasn't aware that that was in the window, so if you feel that that's something that's objectionable, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Thank you.
We try to be open and fair to everyone.
Yeah, and I understand.
Yeah.
And if it is going to be a public building and publicly supported, it needs to be nonpartisan.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that. And
I
we
tried
strive to be that way.
I tried to stop by and visit with you about it last week,
Okay.
but you were out.
Well, we strive to be that way. And also just the parking lot is used as a public lot. We have parades, lots of things there, Medis. So we're welcome. We welcome everyone there.
Yes.
I think it's a great spot in downtown, and
It is in horrible shape, and it is
It
worth
is.
preserving, and I have supported this.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I was gonna look at staff to maybe help. I know we've discussed this several times, but where the funding's actually coming from?
Yeah,
as far
sure.
as
As part of the downtown project, we set aside some funds for parking offsite at the field house. That didn't ever work out, but we still had funds set aside. There was $463,000 that has to be used in the downtown, and it really has to be used for parking. So this was a lot that we felt like did have quite a bit of public use, even though it certainly isn't a city entity, and we don't have another plan for these funds at another location in the downtown. So we felt like it was something brought forward to the City Commission a couple of times and had discussions about that would be at least some public good by upgrading that parking lot.
So those dollars are collected through the STAR bonds?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I guess what I want city staff to point out is they're collected downtown and they have to be spent downtown. I know when this came up originally, and Ms. Landis will let you know, I was a little concerned about doing this because of it being a private building. We did, at one point help put a roof on the Masonic Temple because of its historical value and the fact that it was, having some significant damage. And the only reason I approved this and was okay with it is that the temple is currently going through, is it a $1 million fundraising to try and improve that property. So this is, I guess, just a way to kind of be a good neighbor. They are allowing that parking lot to be used for other events and other entities that are going on downtown. So that's part of the reason that I originally was not 100% for it, but kind of came on board.
And I would dare say that when there's a large event downtown, people don't call the temple and ask if they can park in their parking lot. They just assume that it's open space. It's certainly situated to benefit any event going on downtown. So we've used it like a public parking lot, even though it really isn't. And the city has assisted organizations or buildings of significant local importance in the past. So even if this was coming out of a fund other than the STAR Bund money, it would not be setting a precedent. I can't think of any organization that has a big event downtown that doesn't count on that parking lot being available. So I don't think we're stepping out of bounds whatsoever as far as finishing this parking. We've certainly, as a city at large, caused a lot of the wear and tear on that parking lot. So it's the least we could do is fix it up.
And again, it's coming out of the STAR bonds that have been collected, and so it's not coming out of our general reserve fund or other dollars that we would be using somewhere else.
Appreciate the clarification on that. Did you have more?
Well, I was just going to reiterate that as far as tax dollars, unless you shop and spend money downtown, it's not coming out of your tax dollars. So.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Linkowitz, I move we approve the sole source selection of Precision Electrical Contractors and authorize the interim city manager to execute the proposal with them and the temple parking lot lighting installation in an amount not to exceed $65,466.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of sole source selection of Precision Electric Contractors and authorize the interim city manager to execute the proposal with them for the temple parking lot lighting installation in an amount not to exceed $65,466. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. This passes 5-0. And on to 5.3.
Item 5.3, authorize the interim city manager to execute an agreement with Deal Enterprises, Inc. for the debris removal from the Smoky Hill River in Billbrook Park in an amount not to exceed $452,351.
Ms. Taster.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. In June, heavy rains were received in McPherson and Ellsworth counties. This increased the flow in the streams and flushed tree debris into the Smoky Hill River. A large amount of debris was collected on the Scour Key or Weir Wall in Billbrook Park. Emergency management and the United States Army Corps of Engineers have been contacted to see if there's any disaster relief funding available. And this point in time, that's not been the case. In July, Salina County signed a disaster declaration. In the event that it occurred, we'd be set up to move forward with that. To expedite removal of the log jam, staff deemed the log jam situation to be an emergency condition with potential threats to the public health and safety, which was the result of the flooding conditions that I described above. In the event, we'd contract with professional service providers to prepare specifications, have a bid letting, so on. Could take maybe up to 6 months and could have additional costs for those professional services. And we were under the impression we wanted to get it removed before we had another flood event. And as you probably are well aware, we've had a couple more flood events last week where it was equal, or it was higher actually than what we saw in June. So the last day for quotes was July 11th, 2025. Many companies called with solutions to deal with the removal of the log jam. In our discussions with them, our criteria was to remove the debris from the river and to transport it to the Smoky Hill River. We didn't give a lot of requirements as to how it would be done. We allowed the specific companies to make that determination. And of the many calls I received, we ended up with 4 quotes to remove the log jam. Deal Enterprises had the low quote at $411,231. There's a typo error in that first table, but it's correct back in the commission action. The upper quote was $500,000. The time to complete the work ranged from 3 to 6 weeks. Deal Enterprises has completed demolition projects for the city, and staff has determined their work meets our expectations. Staff has submitted the required documents to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Department of Agriculture for approval based on the plan that Deal submitted, and I've discussed those with them, and it appears we'll get approval within a week or two, so no issues there. Again, I mentioned the 2 additional events that occurred last week. In looking at the photos, it looks like some of the area might have loosened up that came in the first event, but there's some additional debris stacked behind it. We haven't made a determination of that amount of debris yet because as of last Saturday, the flow was high and the water was still moving debris, so haven't had a chance to be out there and see what the end result is and wait. The water is down. It's not back to normal, but it is reduced from those high flows. So we'll be able to evaluate the additional damage that might occur around the intake structure and the banks in that area. The cost for this work was not budgeted in 2025. The general fund currently has $47,000 budgeted for contingencies projects. The remaining funds will come from the general fund reserve balance, and that ultimately may require a budget amendment towards the end of the year. In general, offer your standard 4 items for you for this, your decision to be made by. Staff recommends option 1. There was a project map included that gave you some indication of how the project would be laid out. At this time, myself or Jim Kowach would be able to answer questions for you. And I think Mr. Deal is here if you have some questions for the contractor.
Thank you. Any members of the commission have any questions?
No. Since we don't have a copy of the contract, I'm guessing there's an insurance requirement from the contractor?
Yes, I've spoke with Deal Construction about our standard insurance, which in the projects he's done for the city, that's been a requirement, and also spoke of the performance and statutory bond requirement. Okay. And he's on board with that.
Another question. You said that, mentioned the water level is reducing. Do we have any idea on an approximate start time that they would be able to do this based on the conditions?
The thought is to get the contracts and bonds back is about 2 weeks, that we'd be able to offer a notice to proceed at that time, and I'm hopeful that the DWR and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permits will be here. They haven't indicated there'd be any issue with that, so.
Yeah. And I guess for the public, we have to have the Corps and the Division of Water Rights approval, but no financial help has been offered. Is that correct?
To date, that is correct, and there's many of us that have talked to many different levels of staff hoping for some funding, and I spoke with Michelle at Emergency Management. Well, would they count the last event by itself, and would these events be separate? She's checking on that for us. The first event, we met the county requirement, but probably not the $5.5 million for the state. And I don't know if this last 2 rain events caused any appreciable damage downstream from it this time, or if everything was flushed clean from last time for them. But we did see a little additional erosion on the banks out at the Billbrook Park.
Right, I saw that. I know there's always been some accumulation there. When was the last time we had a significant flood event like this? I mean, it's kind of just, this has come out of nowhere, and was curious as to when the last time we had a major flood event.
For some reason, I thought somebody might ask that question. So I went back to 2020 and looked at the data. And one time in that event, we had an event, I think it was in 21, that was a little over 3,000 cubic feet. At these times, we were up about 4,000 cubic feet per second in the river. So one event, and then to be 2,000 cubic feet or less, there was 3 or 4 events, but nothing in the last 5.5 years for this. And it takes a little while to load the data, so I gave up going back any further than the last 5.5 years, but kind of gives you an indication it's been a long time.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. And I guess there's other questions that go into, in the future, with the river project, how we stop something from this happening again, yada, yada. So.
Well, again, that would be a question that might come to your mind. So the minute it happened, I sent photos to the design folks working on that project. And what we had shown in the original river renewal 30% drawings there, we had a whaler wall that kind of deflected the large timber away from the area. And a second safety behind that was stop logs that could be put in place to protect the bottom-crested weir gate that lets the water in and out of the channel. So Corps obviously working on the project now, so I wanted to make them aware of what we saw this time.
Well, I know I've been in Salina for 45 plus years, and we've never seen anything like this. So I guess you just, don't know how you can plan for the future that it doesn't happen again, I guess.
The only thought I've had is to, if any debris collects on the weir or scour key over time, it might be important to, at some interval, remove whatever that collection is. I don't know if that helped this get started, but it wouldn't hurt to keep that cleaned off. So that's a thought I've had for something to do there to help a little bit with the project. But other than that, tried to think, is there some way you could make a change or a design that you wouldn't collect the debris? But
And when was that wall put in to
The
divert
new
that
wall
water?
that's there right now was built in 2014. Prior to that, obviously, when they finished the flood control levee, 1960, I think they made a little minor work and change to it. I don't remember the date, somewhere in between those two dates, but last work was done by the Corps in 2014.
Okay. Thank you.
On that thought process of prevention or removing anything that piles up in the future, is there any piece of equipment or apparatus that we need to maybe put in our crosshairs for purchase, or that would help that situation out?
Well, based on the last 2 or 3 weeks I've had, there's a lot of suggestions out there what we could do, but there is equipment available. I don't know if you would own it, if you're going to clean it at some interval as 3 years or 5 years, or you would hire someone. Plan on discussing that with Mr. Kowach and his group to come up with a plan, but as far as that's the only thing I thought of for the future. I don't know how many dollars you're going to spend for something that hasn't happened for 60 years or whatever the date is, but we have seen weather conditions be very different than the past, so we do need to try to think differently.
Were the other companies that submitted bids, was their removal process similar to what Deal Enterprises was
Some
suggesting?
of them were different, but in most cases they were using rock and to get into the channel. One, I think, chose to go into the center of the channel, so they might have chose a different location, but there was some type of rock. The disaster company that bid, they could bring a barge or a floating device, but their costs are a little more expensive, and they set up kind of a number to come here, and then the charges kind of go from there depending upon what you run into and that. But for the most part, it was getting it out of the river channel, and whether they chipped it to haul to the wastewater plant or they took it as they removed it from the river, there was variations there, but we didn't require any different process or for the operation. We allowed that up to the contractor to propose what was best for him and the equipment he had available.
And I don't think the blue sheet stated that, but at one point we had talked before the additional lumber had come in of how many truckloads?
That was
approximately.
One person made a statement of 500 truckloads. Yeah. I didn't try to calculate that.
But I guess what people need to know is a significant number of trucks.
It appears to be a lot, and it depends upon the size of your truck. If it was a back dump truck that hauls several cubic yards versus smaller trucks. But we didn't tie anyone to the equipment they used. Our objective was to get it out of the river as soon as possible and
Thought
get
that was a
it to the
significant
wastewater
number
plant.
for individuals that were maybe listed.
Yeah, that was a number that was mentioned on one of the quotes. But
Guess we'll just count and see how close they were.
as we do go forward with the project, we'll get invoices for all the rock that's used and the number of trucks and the equipment and the time frame to keep a close track on what was bid versus what might be there. There's just a little bit of risk with this project as to how much effort and time it takes to get it done. The one contractor I made note gave us a range from about $500,000 to $1 million, whether they took all the risk, everything was lump sum, and you'd pay that and wouldn't be any issues, down to about $500,000. So there's a lot of ideas out there on how it could or couldn't be done, and but we really received the first 4 in July, and then the rest of our time, or in June, and then the rest of the time I've just been taking calls from people with ideas that once they went and looked, they didn't, for whatever reason, didn't send in a quote.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So as this is unfolded and been covered extensively, I am continually grateful that we haven't experienced tragic loss like they did in Texas with their extreme flooding. Mm-hmm. Concern I have is, after last week's event, is this bid still stand?
I have spoke with Deal, and they're have no issues. In fact, they're there and could speak to that. Mr. Deal's here today. I noticed him sitting in the audience, so he could speak to that, but we spoke that he's ready to continue with the project.
Okay, and there's the additional $18,500 for burning. Does that assume all liability?
Yes, it would be in his contract for the burning. If we choose, we could have a deduct of $18,500 from the contract amount that I listed here, but I'm in the mode of letting people do the burn and control it that have a better idea. And they do have to have permits. What little burning I've been involved with out there, the fire department and KDHE provide a permit for the burning that goes on. So it'd be a controlled burn.
Is there any estimate how long that would burn?
Not that I'm aware of. With the wet wood, it depends probably how long we let it sit there before we burn it. That's why I chose to go to the wastewater plant and use the old equipment storage site, because it can sit there for a while if it needs to and dry a little bit and push it high, stack it high, and when the time is right, burn it.
So
is the plan.
Are we going to have in the contract, a timeline for it?
For burning?
Yeah, to be gone. You know, I know that
To be honest with you, we haven't talked about that. It's been more about, and not everyone come up with a method to dispose of it. Some just took it to the treatment plant and disposed of it there, and then it would be up to us to make those decisions. We'll be trying to track that and see when we think it's the right time, but at this point, there is no time on that. I could work with the contractor and develop one, but it's more about letting it stand and dry as it needs to make it.
It's more about getting it out of the river.
Yeah, the real issue right at the time in our thoughts was how do we get this out of the river as quick as we can and take to where the public is not wanting to look at it and be along the channels or try to be on the log piles, and all of the safety issues that goes with that is kind of been our driving force.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Or I'm trying to go through the various emails we received and see if we can cover every. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get into why we're not going to put a big old barrel of diesel fuel and burn everything, because we've already, and I'm being obviously facetious there. The tannerite comments are always fun. But I think somebody did seriously ask about mulching it and having it as mulch in some capacity, and I think it's pretty obvious to people who landscape that why it's not a feasible idea, but it might be worth verbalizing to the public.
A lot of this, as you probably looked at the debris pile, is fairly brown and dry. And a few people that ventured close commented to me, I picked it up and it doesn't weigh anything. It's very light. And some have said, I'm not an expert in chipping dried wood, but that it wouldn't have a lot of value. It would crumble some. Others may have a different opinion, but the pile would be out there, and Parks and Rec, maybe Jeff would like to comment, has a chipper and maybe would have a use for it once he saw it out there, but he's not looking at me like he thinks that's an idea, but if he wants to, the pile will be there for his use.
What you're saying is pretty much rotted wood.
I don't know if it's completely rotted, but it has been laying around for a while, and it's, been dead for a while. We may see some green trees come here because of the up and down flows. Eventually, that's usually when they scuff off the channels. But I haven't heard anyone very excited about chipping it and using it for that. It just the idea of chipping it made it less loads to haul out to the wastewater plant, and how they do their manpower and the labor is we left that up to the individual contractors to make that decision. Did that get you your answer?
I just wanted some clarification on that, because I figured it would come up in somewhere. So just trying to cover all of our bases. Anyone else have any? All right, well, thank you. With that, anyone from the public wish to comment on this item?
No, would Mr. Deal like to?
Oh, please, if you have,
I'd like to hear your plan.
What's that?
I'd like to hear your plan.
Jason Hewitt, representing Superior Contracting. With our bid, we were at 490,400, but we come in at 23,400 cubic yards. It was 79,000 over deals, but we're removing twice the material, which is probably what happened in the last week during the recent events. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that and also removing the silt so that this doesn't occur again. I am the one that come up with the mulching, because you can remove, well, it'd be about 2/3 the amount of truckloads compared to, you know, hauling full logs. And we have no way of knowing how deep the river is at that particular area right now. But them logs that are submerged are going to be heavy. And so that's where we come up with our figure. We'd just like an opportunity that's fair here. So.
Understood.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Norman Reynolds, Salina. You've got processed wood. You're going to have pollution air quality if you burn it. The type of wood determines the weight of wood. Unless you remove the blockage, that bridge that I've seen on the 311 article, you will not solve this log jam problem. It will happen again. It has happened here in the county before. Are you destroying wildlife habitat? You're going to involve the KDWPT. I've been to their meetings. You're destroying wildlife habitat. At the meeting June 26th. Where will you put the logs after you remove them? What kind of logs are in this jam? There are certain kinds of wood in there that if you burn it, it will sterilize the soil, wherever you put it. It will. When you damage the soil after you have that equipment in there, you're going to have to reseed the area. You've got erosion problems. There was a log jam on the Salina River in Lincoln County. How was it removed? Look north of Salina, I-35, where I-35 crosses the river. Look northwest of the river. Did they remove the log jam on the Salina River? No. Go north on I-35, go to the river, and look west. That log jam is still there. It was. Does this lumber and logs have value? Yes, it does. It is valuable to someone. You can build something out of it. The reuse center, sell it. There's art. Other states are removing these dams that you got here. Watch the documentary, Damnation. They put barges out there in the river with cranes on them or backhoes. In other states, there are professional logging companies out there. So have any of these contractors got any experience with logging operations? But they don't, not in this state. They don't do it here, but they do it out west. My uncle was a professional logger in the mountains. You're taking on a bunch.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I did also bring it to Martha's attention. We can get a aquatic excavator currently out of Texas, which I figure would probably save somewhere around $60,000 to $70,000 in overall time. So just bringing that to your attention also, which would be off of my original bid.
Could I ask just one question? I may have read it and don't remember the answer. If Deal Enterprises gets in and is doing the work and becomes apparent that the job is a lot bigger than what this estimate would reasonably cover, are there provisions in the agreement for negotiating additional expenditure, or is this a one price, you either make money off of it or you don't, no matter how big the project is?
Yeah, Martha, you're
When we started this project and the companies came in, that was one of the discussion items, is that they're going to give us what they feel is the cost for doing the project, but it could be more or less. And most of their quotes were based on that, because until we get in there and really get to seeing how it's packed together, we may run into issues we didn't see about, or who knows, you could have 2 more flood events and stack some more behind you. But the idea is to keep very close track of the number of loads, the material of rock, and the loads of trees hauled away, and just keep track of the hours and the equipment that they described in their bid. And that's the best we have for right now, as they described hours to do different tasks and the materials and the trucks they'd use and the equipment they'd use to accomplish their task.
So I guess my question to you is, after the gentleman from Superior Contracting has spoken,
thank you,
and you've reviewed both, because we haven't reviewed both contracts or how they plan on taking it out, you still feel like Deal is the contractor that is still the low bid based on?
These, once the staff report was done and it was off to you all and to the public, I sent a copy of that report to each of the 4 bidders, and after that point is when I got the comments back on different cost ideas. And it's not our policy to do negotiations after the bids have come in, because probably everyone could come across with maybe an idea I could do it for a little less or more, and probably they could if they thought about it long enough and sorted through it, but we try to not negotiate after that effort has been completed.
But after talking to all the bidders, you're comfortable with where we're at?
Yeah, and talking with the other bidders, they have a pretty good idea of where they're at. Fortunately, we had 3 different companies from Salina that proposed on this, and then a disaster company from Topeka. And they're set up to do federal projects and track everything and through the federal funding process. And if there's federal funding, that's a good project for them. If you're on your own, they definitely have costs to track all of that equipment and work that's associated with it on their price sheet. So at this point in time, based on everything I've heard through the course of time and to where we're at with the bid and the dollars amount, Deal Construction is my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Doug Ramp, 1216 Benton Grass. Just for clarification, if I heard Jason correctly, your bid, your proposal includes double the amount of cubic yards in it versus Deal Construction?
That's correct. My bid breaks down to 23,400 cubic yards, and by what was presented to us, Deals is 11,800.
Okay, Martha seems eager to address that. I just wanted to, I guess, clarify if I heard that correctly, because I think we all of us that have taken a look at it, took a look at it originally and have taken a look at it now, it definitely has grown in size. And I won't take up any more of your time. I know it's a difficult decision, but we're spending a lot of money on it. So just making sure we make the best choice.
Thank you.
The calculation of, let me get to my sheet so I get the right number, that we used for the 11,400 is not Deal's calculation. That is Mr. Kowach and I looking at, thinking that it's 110 feet wide by 350 feet long and 8 foot deep. And we do know the river bottom elevations from our river renewal projects and survey work that's been done. It's about 1209. And the scour key is at 1215, the top of it. So there might be, I think there's, as Mr. Hewitt mentioned, I'm sure there's sediment in there, and that's kind of where it settles out. But that's in general the depth of that. It's not very deep through there, and I confirmed that with the city surveyor who, when the flow was way low a while back, he did some research out there. So it's not a 20-foot river channel below that with that much logs hanging below. I think the concern is that it could, it might be that complete depth, but we decided it might be between 6 and 10 feet, so we used an 8-foot average for it. So that is not Mr. Deal's number. And then we converted that into a cost per yard, which ranged between just using everyone's total bid, looking at that into a number of somewhere between $36 and $44, and had a price sheet from the one contractor that indicated that does the debris removal that the going rate for that process is $65 a cubic yard when you're in the federal government arena. So that was Jim and I's, just a kind of a check of the number. And the other thing that was in nobody's bids and was noted in the staff report is how much work we might have to do to replace some of the parking area with Mr. Deal's plan. He's been out and looked at the access road in and out, and he will not get on that back parking lot, and talked with Jeff about where we'll be out on the main parking area where we travel north and south, trying to limit damage, but we anticipate there will be some. The sidewalk is pretty minimal trail down in there, but we have tried to consider all of those different ideas, and one contractor was going into the middle of the pile so they'd have a lot more access on the parking lot and different things. So we took that out of the picture and just talked about what's it take to get the logs out of the river, because everything else would be a guess as to how much damage was done here or there, and that we could cover that when we actually see where we're at on the parking lot. So I hope that helps a little bit. And again, Mr. Deal's here in the back and might want to talk to something if that's appropriate.
I'll leave it up to them.
I don't know if he wants to talk.
I would certainly welcome any.
But I saw him here.
I'm Staten Deal with Deal Enterprises, Inc., Mayor Commissioners. It's Deal Enterprises, Inc., not Deal Construction. You might get my uncle on a fray if he sees that, so but I can answer whatever you'd like to ask.
Do we have any questions?
Well, we've covered a lot of them. I guess my big question is, for you, is do you still concur with this as a solid bid in light of the fact that this last flooding event?
Yes, I believe after the conversations with Martha, what we've talked about at the present time when we bid the project and the stuff that is come in, for right now, yes, I believe you can, but the river's still flowing and there's still stuff coming in, so I think that's kind of an open-end question at this point in time. I don't know that you can sit here and say that, yeah, it's going to be exactly this way. There is still material coming down the river.
So do we have a target flow in mind for when we're going to start?
Once again, I think she alluded to that. There's a certain amount of paperwork that's got to be done before we can take action.
What are we at now, about 300 cubic feet?
I've looked at enough numbers today that I'm not sure I'll get this exactly right, but it was less than 500. I looked before noon, about 11 or so, and I can't remember whether it said 350 or 450, but less than 500, and it's on a pretty steep incline. Prior to this rain event, the irrigators were asking for additional water to be let out of Canopolis for their corn crop, so we were down around the 40, 50 cubic feet per second. So as it spreads across there, to say how quick we might get another rain event. It's in the forecast right now for more rain Wednesday, Thursday, and everything is saturated. So I guess when it rains, it pours, and I agree with Stanton. It's a little difficult to decide, have we seen the end? But in our discussions, we've talked about the time and he defined his equipment and his quantities very well in his bids so that we can kind of see where that takes us for removal. And at any time in the contract, there's always a way to stop a contract if you don't think it's going the way you want it to.
So,
either one of us could do that.
When we get in the dry part of middle of August, was 50 cubic feet a second about normal?
Or less, yes. It could be less than that. It will drop below that because we're letting water out of the lake currently to meet that. But the storm events have brought a little water into the lake to raise their conservation level. But if there's enough to meet through the V-notch, then they shut the gates off and don't let any water out. So 50 would be probably the best we would hope to see, because they're limiting how much they're letting out because they want to save the water for all the other uses that it has. So mid-August is hopefully is kind of in my head the goal to have the permits and be to a point where we can get started and try to get it out of there as quickly as we can.
Well, and I guess that's where I'm at, the safety factor.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Don't let me, if I say anything you don't agree with, now's your chance to straighten me out.
I don't know that it's gonna hurt anything to let it sit there until the water goes down to
I believe that's right too. I mean, at the end of the day, you want it to be a safe operation as well. And if you're fighting massive amount of water, the best thing to do, if it's not moving, it's not destroying anything, is, you know, wait and get it at a reasonable time when we can get to it.
Wayne has been tracking flow often as I do. He says 450 is the number. So
Thank you.
today at about noon.
It's an understatement to say this is an extremely complex problem, and it's not one we deal with. I mean, and I'm going to put you on the spot again, Ms. Tasker. How many years of experience do you have, just from? Because I think it's an example of how you can have a lot of experience, and life still throws situations where, hey, this is new and unprecedented.
That's a tough question, but I can say I worked for 28 years at Wilson, and I never did the kind of project this for the city, and I did most of the city projects in my time there for Mr. Hoff. Been here almost 22, so.
You've undertaken some very, very large and very complex projects and problems. And
the log jam would be something that I wouldn't volunteer for again.
I can imagine. But, very complex, and it changes. It's kind of a fluid, no pun intended, situation, and just a lot of variables.
Just to be clear, she didn't volunteer this time either.
Yeah.
I got handed to her.
So I will bring it back to public comment. Anybody else wish to comment on this item?
Yes, John Blanchard. I have one observation, a few questions, and then a comment. I agree, or I follow with the weir wall questions, and 2014 makes sense that when that was installed. Historically, though, that thing looks like it has been a snag, a significant snag, since 2020, judging from aerial photographs. My questions are, what is the plan? Is it just that image that was put on the web page, or have we looked at things like stream bank restoration, different things that the Corps of Engineers might require, and so on? And are things like that in the contract? What's in the contract, and when can we see it? I find it problematic that you guys haven't even seen the contract yet, and you're being asked to allow somebody to sign it. So I would hope that you'd want to see more about what's in it. Again, how much is this whole thing going to cost, and what's the timing on it? One thing too was mentioned earlier on the other thing, was the purchasing policy followed? And are you, because of the emergency language in the staff report, are you utilizing Section 10 of the purchasing policy to call this thing an emergency and not do? I'm assuming I didn't know if these were advertised bids or if they were just quotes. It says quotes in the staff report. One thing, just to let you know, we put this on our Facebook page, The Amazing Ex-Mayor Show, and we got about 25,000 views on that thing, and probably close to 80 comments and so on, and got a lot of emails. I'm going to give you one of the questions that was asked on there that we don't have an answer for. Hopefully you do. But the staff report indicates that the past work has met expectation. Does this include the Ambassador Hotel demolition and disposal? There's still a lot of debris at the Ambassador Hotel. Some people have commented that there is an open investigation with KDHE and perhaps EPA on illegal dumping. The statement in your staff report seems to indicate there are no outstanding issues or conflicts in that arena, and just a simple verification that is correct. That is all speculation and rumor. My last thing is my comment, and it's about public safety. The staff report states that the debris area poses a threat to public safety due to unstable conditions, and continues with, which creates the potential for injury or loss of life. Now, we all remember when, within days of this thing first being reported, that the fire chief was out in front of TV cameras and reporters and warning people to stay off the logs.
Time is up, Mr. Blanchard.
And I appreciate that. Why did it take a full month to close Bill Burke Park, and did someone direct the fire chief not to do so? Thank you.
Linda Reynolds, Salina, don't panic. Does Mr. Deal's bid include removing the silt from the river?
Thank you.
Ben Winholt, Salina. Mayor Linkowitz brought up a really good point as far as if we're going to have collection of this type of debris down the road, do we need a piece of equipment to possibly get it out of there? Well, what you're going through right now, you're going to go through when the river renewal project's over with, because right past the swinging gates is a 500-foot long, that's 2 3/4 or 2/3 of football fields together, 40 feet wide and 11 foot deep sediment basin. Now, this is to collect the sediment that comes in to clean the water basically before it goes down through the rest of the town for the 7 miles. When I talked personally to the engineers and architects for this little project, I asked them, I said, how long is this going to take before this actually has to be cleaned out? And he said, we're probably looking at about 6 years. And I thought to myself, as clean as the Smoky Hill is, about 6 months. And if you don't clean it out, of course, then the sediment just goes right on down the river and plugs up the new river that we've got, as far as the $1 million way of doing it that was added on to the project. So what you're dealing with right now with the logs, you're going to deal with on a regular basis when this sediment basin gets installed, basically, because you have to have a way of getting the silt out of there. And I asked that to these guys too. I says, how are we supposed to get it out of there? And he said, well, it's tapered, so you can get down to it. That's the answer? It's tapered, so you can get down to it. No plan, no nothing. So as far as a piece of equipment that you probably going to need down the road, yeah, you're going to need a lot more than a piece of equipment just to keep that thing clean too, besides what you have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Tony Johnson again. Is it standard procedure for you all not to see the bids before you vote on it and just take recommendation of staff? Anybody?
Yeah, we have bids, but we don't review them. That's staff. We govern, we don't manage. So staff looks at all the bids and they analyze them for us. So that's correct.
Okay. And so that's what normally takes place?
That's normal protocol.
Good to know. I think, I'll say this, as a native Missourian that lived through the great floods of 93 and 95, not far from the Missouri and Mississippi River, we out here in Kansas sure do sweat a little creek an awful lot out here. I mean, we're going to spend $70 million of taxpayer money to pump a ditch full of water, and we're out here sweating this log jam like it's some big deal. I mean, let's get this in perspective here. This isn't a big deal. It might be in central Kansas where it doesn't rain except every few years. But I mean, there's ways around this, and we need to explore what those ways are so we don't have this all the time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor Johnny Keller. Pretty well been covered already, but one of the things I'm thinking about, and you're looking at a former CDL truck driver that's had to deal with some scaling issues, as any CDL driver has. And I work for KDOT, so I've done some bridge clearing and some things like this, not at this scale, of course, but I have done some log removal from jams and things in the past. I'm wondering about our road damage. Are the trucks going to be scaled as they haul this material out to make sure we don't tear up our asphalt streets, which is going to be another problem? And I know they said we're going to deal with that later, but I hate that deal with that later thing. Is this maybe something we could foresee by making sure the trucks are scaled properly before they leave? And you can get portable scales. And I didn't hear in Mr. Deal's bid, or as discussed, I didn't hear anything about silt being removed. I did hear that in Mr. Hewitt's. And you included that in your price, right? With the silt. Yeah, so that, if you go back and look at the Google pictures of the river from several years ago, there's a gigantic pile of wood and a bunch of silt right there. So, as my grandparents said, a little ounce of prevention might have prevented this pound of cure you're going to have to spend money on. Thank you.
Anyone else?
You know, I would ask Martha about, and it does make some sense that, you know, I know weight load per truck. Have we taken that into consideration? Because if we have wet lumber, it could, you know, I think that does make some sense to or maybe Mr. Deal can address that. Because I know they have.
As far as the wood goes, we've hauled multiple loads to the landfill with wet wood, dry wood, and with our trucks, very seldom do we scale over weight limits. To get way over weight limits, you're going to have to be piled way unsafe to even travel down a road, so I don't see that being a huge problem.
Okay. Thank you.
With tonnage being...
Can I get your name and address first, please?
Yeah, Joshua Walters, 526 East Beloit.
Appreciate it.
With tonnage being a concern, and also as I'm listening, hearing the estimates of the amount of material in the river, is there a reason that we haven't attempted explosives or fire? Those are actually real ways that we as people have gotten rid of these log jams for a long time. There's a scaled approach that we could take of just doing a pound or two at a time, incrementally increasing the amount. If nothing else, we could remove excess amounts of the lumber, and then we could have less to deal with, right? There still is probably going to be some amount that a deal construction is going to have to deal with, right? That we want to get it, like they're saying, the ounce of prevention, right? We want to get it to a state that we don't have it again. We want to get the sediment out. We want to get the low-lying stuff. But we could probably drastically reduce the amount of tonnage if we were to utilize, say, some tannerite. Have it sanctioned by the city of Salina. Have the police department be the ones, you have to use a high velocity bullet to set it off. Okay, let the police department do that. Let the fire department be there to manage the fire. People are going to want to have this done. They see a way to handle it, and it feels like it's just being ignored, and we're going with a very expensive option with money that, frankly, I don't know, sounds like we have a plan to supply, right? It may not solve the problem, but it may make it smaller. I know the fire department doesn't want to use accelerants. That makes a lot of sense. We don't want to pour accelerants into the river. Absolutely not. But even if we only burned it down to the top of the water, that could reduce the tonnage greatly and even keep us within these two not to exceed numbers. If we don't know how much is there, we should be taking steps to bring it down. Use the tools we've got. Those are cheap. Explosives are cheap. A couple grand could take care of it. People's got fireworks. Throw them in there, burn the thing. Shoot some mortars at it. Drop tannerite. Amazon has delivery drones that can surgically place a couple pounds of tannerite. It can be placed and we can blow little sections of it out. These are legitimate solutions that I don't feel are being addressed. I know that people go. I know it's not really that savory in today's climate, right? It's not a savory thing to say, we're going to blow it up. Sounds kind of redneck. But you can do it in a calculated way that would go and actually legitimately reduce the load and what it's going to do for the city.
Thank you. Ms. Tasker, do you want that one, or Mr. Wood? Or I know we did a public announcement on that, but it probably is worth reiterating.
Yeah, certainly with burning, we didn't feel like burning a pile that size in the middle of town was a very good idea. Well, it's in the river, certainly, but I will tell you, several years ago, many years ago at this point, there was a pretty significant pile of trees that were burned at Markley Road, and I will tell you that we got more complaints about that, and kind of decided that would probably be the last time we tried to burn a large amount of trees within the city. So also that's our intake for our water system. So we certainly, accelerant would be a bad idea, and then any kind of ash and that stuff getting in the water and into our water system, we just don't feel like that's a good idea.
I'd like to point out it's very
Give
muddy
him
down there right
him
now.
the decency to let him answer the question.
It's very muddy right down there. That is
Okay,
illegitimate.
sir.
It's gonna be
There's a
long.
context in which you conduct yourself, and from the back row is not how you do it, please. Thank you.
So certainly, I mean, we did look at that, but we didn't feel like that was a very viable option. The option that we presented you today is what we think is the best option solution moving forward, and that's why we're bringing it to you.
Thank you.
I would add that there's residents housing closer to that pile than people realize. So I know in the '07 event, the city did pay some claims for smoke damage to houses. So it is that was my first idea to burn it. So.
Yes, do we regularly make plans to clear silt out of that river? And what would be the estimated cost to remove that after the logs were gone?
There is sediment where you can see where those trees are captured, and as we remove the trees with the bucket and bring it over to the bank, the sediment will be removed with it. I mentioned earlier, my thought was not to let the trees stack up there, but to have some, I don't know what the logic is yet. I've got to work that out, or I think Jim's got to work that out. He oversees that, the maintenance of that, him and Wayne, so I'll work with them to come up with an idea. But definitely keeping that debris from being there would prevent the sediment from piling up there. So I think that's an important thing to at least work to get done in the future. They may or may not agree with me because we haven't talked about this, but it looks like that captured it. If you saw the aerial photos, some of those trees had even turned a little green in that sediment pile. So I don't know what the interval would be. We need to take a look at that. But the channel is fairly shallow there. And the hope is, with a few more rain events, obviously That's what kept the channel clean back in the day, was the high flushing rain events. So we'll have some of those out there. We just haven't had those for a long time. And our intake structure's there, and we measure turbidity as it comes in from there, so we know what the solids and the settling is at the, for our treatment facility and those levels. So I think there's something we can do there. For me to tell you what that is right now in the interval, it'd be a wild guess, but I think it's something we need to look at. Is that what you're looking for?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess, Martha, you think you're going to sit down. And again, I made a comment about, the insurance and not seeing a copy of the contract. When will that contract be finalized, and when will we have it available to review?
What we typically do is if there is a notice to award, then we develop the contract and put all of that together. It goes over to the contractor to add his insurance and performance and payment bonds. Then it comes back and that gets reviewed through risk management and the city attorney, the agreement. And we, at that time, attach the bid tab to the document. I didn't put any of that information in here because unknown of how it might sort out today with the bids. We made a recommendation, but I didn't want all of that information to be public until the time is right.
Okay.
Let's put it that way. But typically, we would include the bid tab on a regular project in with the contract, and that's when that would all come back to you.
And that contract would need to be submitted to the commission so we each can review that, please. Thank you.
Lucille Sanderson, and I'm assuming deal will start at the south end of the log jam. I'm assuming. As you work those logs loose, the pressure pushing on those existing logs is pushing to the north. Guess what's going to happen at the north end of the log jam? Down the river it will go, unless they do something to block that release. It's only common sense. Thank you.
Thanks.
The sketch that's attached shows the rock equipment pad clear to the north end, so we'll start. Deal's plan is to start at the north end as proposed and remove the logs from there, and the water current flows to the north and move the logs to the north. So we won't be pushing towards that. We'll be removing from the north end, not the south end.
Thank you. That's it for public comment. We'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we authorize the interim city manager to execute an agreement with Deal Enterprises Incorporated for the debris removal from the Smoky Hill River in Billburg Park in the amount of not to exceed $452,351.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Authorizing the interim city manager to execute an agreement with Deal Construction Incorporated. Is that correct? Enterprises. Deal Enterprises Incorporated for the debris removal from the Smoky Hill River in Billburg Park in the amount not to exceed $452,351. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. And on to 5.4.
Item 5.4, consider consolidation or amendment of membership of several citizen boards, commissions, and committees.
Commissioners, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. What you have before you is 4 ordinances and a resolution that seek to basically either consolidate or reduce the overall size of some of the committees. We think it is very important to get the input from the committees. However, in some of these cases, we just there have not been enough individuals that applied for these positions, and we've struggled to fill them. And when we are unable to fill those positions, that leads it to a much more likelihood of not being able to meet quorum when the committees do meet. So when we brought this to you before, we got your input, and one of the things that you indicated that you wanted to go forward with is what I called the attrition model. In the attrition model, essentially what we try to do is to minimize the number of individuals that would be basically removed from a committee while their term is still in place. The other option would have been what I call the one fell swoop model, which is basically just arbitrarily setting a date to reduce the size of the committee, and then wherever the numbers fall and who, even if they're in the middle of a term, they'd be removed. So when you take the attrition model, it actually involves a lot more complex moving parts. I do want to thank the city clerk, the city attorney, and city staff for a lot of help on this. It seems like a very straightforward thing, and I guess in some ways when you see this, it looks straightforward, but it took quite a while to figure out which each of these different committees of possible ways that would try to minimize that impact on the committees. So what I'd like to do is just briefly go over the 4 ordinances and the resolution and what the net effect of them would be, and then be happy to answer any questions you may have. The first ordinance is 25-11235, and what this ordinance, it merges the Tree Advisory Board into the Parks and Recreation Board, and what this essentially, the structure that's envisioned under this ordinance is there are currently 5 individuals that have an ongoing term. 4 of them end at the end of next year, September 1st to 26, and 1 ends in 27. So what we're proposing is for the next year to reduce the size of the Tree Advisory Board to 5 individuals. And then on August 31st of next year, 2026, the Tree Advisory Board's functions would be taken over by the Parks and Recreation Board. This would mean that there would be 1 person that would have 1 year cut off of their term. But obviously, since you've got 4 other people whose terms end next year, if you extend their terms, this is where it gets to be very complex. So this is one case where we were not able to make the proposed consolidation without impacting someone's current term. However, it does only impact 1 person for 1 year because their term ends in 2027. What would happen then is the Parks and Recreation would take over the functions that the Tree Advisory Board had done before. Ordinance 25-11236 is the merger of the Accessibility Advisory Board with the Human Relations Commission. This is a little bit different from the Tree Advisory Board from the Parks and Recreation Committee. Both of these boards currently have 9 members. They currently have vacancies because, again, in many cases, we haven't been able to fill the positions. So the proposal in the ordinance before you is to essentially have, there would still be 2 committees, but it would be the same members on both committee. And what we would do is then that would essentially be the merger. And the reason we went with this route is because throughout the code, there are references to both the Accessibility Advisory Board and the Human Relations Commission. So we wanted to have both of those, and we still wanted to get that input from the individuals. We did want to ensure that we kept the input as we had in the past, as we had with the Accessibility Advisory Board and the Human Relations Commission. So we would have, of the 9 members in this board, we'd have 3 who are members of a significant ethnic or minority group within the community, and 3 who are members that are either disabled, have an immediate family member who is disabled, or who have professional experience in service to the disabled community. And what this means is we would, on paper, still have 2 committees, but it would be the same membership for both committees. And so that would allow us to essentially consolidate them. But again, it's a different consolidation than what we were talking about with the Tree Advisory Board. The next ordinance is 25-11237. So this basically proposes just to reduce the overall size of this board for the Building Advisory Board from 11 to 9. And essentially the way we do this, there are 2 vacant positions currently on the Building Advisory Board. One is for what we call a professional position, which is generally an architect or an engineer. And the other one is for a class of engineer. Those are both vacant positions. We divide them up into A and B and C class engineers. So the proposal is basically just to reduce the size of this board from 11 to 9 and eliminate these 2 open vacant positions we haven't been able to fill recently. Ordinance 25-11239 is reduction size of the Solid Waste Management Committee. There are currently 13 people on this committee. We're proposing to reduce it to 9. This is a little bit different than some of the other committees in that we have a lot of state statutes which bind us in determining what the overall size and structure of this committee is. For example, even though we weren't planning to reduce it even smaller, the state statutes prohibit it from going beneath 5. Additionally, one of the positions that we've struggled for a very long time to fill on this committee has been the third-class city position. So in this proposal, we're not eliminating it, but that's because the state statute requires us to have this position on this committee. So we're not able to actually, the city clerk has been doing a very good effort to try and encourage people to apply, and I would again encourage people who are interested in applying for this to apply for it so we could get this position filled. What we've proposed for this to go from 13 to 9, I can break it down as you've got it before you. We reduced the number of residents of the city from 5 to 4. 2 residents of the unincorporated area, 1 resident of the third-class city, that's the one I mentioned before, which the state statutes require, and then 2 residents of the county at large. We reduced the requirement from 6 to the 2 for the county at large positions, and then the reduction of the number of residents from the city to 5 to 4, and that's how we got from 13 to 9. On this one, again, we currently have vacancies, and so what we're proposing, the 5 adult members, number of their terms expire. Let me back up. When I say adult, we also have student memberships. I'm not addressing them in this. They're non-voting positions. So when I say adult positions, I want to make sure everybody understands that, that expire on August 31st, 2025. So the 6 remaining adult members, they could continue to serve their term and not be removed under those different membership categories that I just outlined. Again, we're trying to do this in such a way that we don't eliminate anyone's term before it ends, if that's at all possible. And then the last item is a resolution. The Animal Control Advisory Board was actually created by resolution. That's part of the reason why, in digging into this, it goes from 37 to 39, because I assumed, first of all, it'd be an ordinance, but no, it's actually a resolution that created the Animal Control Advisory Board. And we're just proposing to reduce the number of members from 9 to 7. There's 8 adult members with 1 vacancy. 4 of the current adult members end August 31st of this year. So again, this wouldn't eliminate anyone's term from being ended early. Now, even if somebody's term ends on August 31st, 2025, they may not be able to automatically serve another term, but if they express an interest, then obviously we would try to accord them that. But under this resolution also, we would not cut anyone's term short in the reduction from 9 to 7 members for the Animal Control Advisory Board. So this would require, for your consideration, votes for the separate ordinances. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I realize there's a lot of different pieces to this. It's not as fascinating as a log jam, I realize, but I think this is an important aspect to be able to get that input from the citizens.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hennessy?
Yeah, just take them in order with 11235, merging the Tree Advisory Board into Parks and Rec. Should have looked this up, but the Tree Advisory Board, I thought, had recommended backgrounds of people who would serve on it, and if I'm wrong, let me know. But are there special characteristics of folks we're looking for tree advisory that would not necessarily apply to Parks and Rec? And the reason I'm asking, I could see someone, and I hope I'm not making an incorrect generalization, who would be excited about Parks and Recs, but not necessarily trees, and certainly the other way around.
Yeah.
If you have a very narrow interest on trees, then I really might not want to be concerned about skateboard park or, splash pads or stuff.
And that's part of the difficulty with this is trying to, structure it in such a way to try and encompass all those different interests and people. The fundamental goal of this exercise and these ordinances is really to, not make it as difficult to fill some of these positions, like with the Accessibility Advisory Board, because they're so specific in their requirements, and also to be able to fill the positions so that we don't have open, vacant positions, which again makes it more problematic to be able to meet quorum requirements. Every individual is going to be unique in terms of what their preferences and desires are. I don't believe, and the city attorney can correct me if wrong, I don't believe there's any specific requirements for the Tree Advisory Board membership. However, they would obviously elect whether or not they are interested, for example, in any of these cases, if they are interested or not, to continue with their term if it's a merger, or if they elected not to seek reappointment to the board. That would be subject to their own interests.
Mayor and Commissioners, I can indicate that from its inception and currently, there was not a requirement. I suppose with it being the Tree Advisory Board, there was a certain amount of self-selection in terms of interest being manifested there. I think I would be correct in saying that as this integration of that function with the Parks and Recreation Board, I think it's a policy question for you all as to whether you wish to make that somehow designate positions, if you will, or experience or expertise in matters involving trees in terms of the membership of the Parks and Recreation Board. But I think that's up to you all as to whether that is something you want to introduce into the makeup of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board.
Does the Tree Advisory Board meet or need to meet too regularly to make it an as-needed board? Like the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't meet unless there's a need to meet.
I don't remember their meeting schedule offhand. I believe it's quarterly, but don't hold that to me. I know that there have been several meetings that have been not gone forward due to the lack of a quorum in the past. And again, that's something that we have perpetually struggled with in some cases. Now, in other cases, there's a strong interest in the committee, and so we haven't had any of those attendance/quorum problems. I don't think that the reduction, as I kind of alluded to during the earlier discussion when we brought this before you, reducing the size does not automatically fix, quote unquote, a quorum problem, because you're reducing the overall size. So if you have a correspondingly lower quorum requirement. However, I do think that it is when you have a smaller board, you're able to ensure that you have people that are going to be able to more consistently show up, and you don't have those vacant positions. So I think it could be beneficial in the quorum, but it's certainly not a silver bullet in regards to some of these situations where we struggle with being able to meet a quorum. But I do think that it would help overall.
Mayor, if I may, the only other thing that I would add, as you probably saw from the recitals in the ordinance, this progression of the merger of the Tree Advisory Board into the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board does take subsequent action by the governing body. We can only go so far to presently reduce that Tree Advisory Board to 4, which I realize is kind of an odd, or I guess oddly an even number. But that was to preserve the term of those folks who have terms that extend beyond August 31 of 2025. So that in this progression as proposed anticipates that the governing body at some point in time prior to this time next year would take that further step. And at that point in time, you would have the integration of the, right now that resolution speaks to the purposes of the board. And I'm sorry, the code section speaks to the purposes of the Tree Advisory Board. And it would be at that point in time when the full integration of that function that you would then anticipate that presumably those functions would be integrated then specifically under the charge, if you will, of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. So there would be that emphasis as that final step is taken in terms of the full integration of the function of the Tree Advisory Board into the Parks and Recreation Board. If that gives any comfort in terms of that being, that will certainly continue as a...
Certainly gives them a year to learn about trees.
There you go.
All right. And I guess an analogous situation would be merging Accessibility Advisory Board with Human Relations. Would those set-asides for membership continue into the, well, it would be the same 9 people, but each committee then would have the same set-asides. I mean, Human Relations would take on the same set-asides that Accessibility Board has now.
Yeah,
Right.
so what happened was in this case, and again, it's different than what we're proposing with the Tree Advisory Board, because the Tree Advisory Board, we wanted to have those 4 people's terms not cut short. So what the proposal is in this is to essentially the Accessibility Advisory Board and the Human Relations Committee, there would be those 6 of the seats would be those set-aside requirements that I talked about, and they would essentially be one board, even though they would support both functions, both the Accessibility Advisory Board and the Human Relations Commission. So it is truly a merger of both of them into one, but those constituent parts are still there in terms of the membership requirements.
If I may, Mayor, I suppose you can either blame me or give me credit for this concept. It is different than the merger of the Tree Advisory Board into the Parks and Recreation Board, as you can tell. The thought was in both of those boards, you have the specified communities that you're concerned about serving. On the current Human Relations Commission, you have that requirement of the 3 members of either ethnic or minority populations within the community. Similarly, on the current Accessibility Advisory Board, you have what is presently 5 members of that board that are to be disabled persons. It was on the recommendation of the supervisor of the staff member responsible for the Human Relations Commission that we speak in terms of retaining that representation. So in terms of both functions, part of the concern was to simply try to merge the Accessibility Advisory Board into the, I would say, broader set of responsibilities of the Human Relations Commission. The concern was that that could very well get somewhat lost in the bigger picture of all it is that the Human Relations Commission deals with, particularly as it deals with addressing discrimination among all of the protected classes. And there are occasions where it's important to be able to say, yes, we have a fully functioning, focused accessibility advisory board in place and at work whenever that is necessary. So back to that concept that we understood to be your direction of trying not to fill 18 positions between the two boards, but yet maintain the integrity of what they do and how important that it is. That's what prompted the thought of looking to having that representation on that combined board, if you will, but retaining their functions by title, so it's clear to anyone that would be interested that there's a separate set of purposes and objectives of that Accessibility Advisory Board, and none of those have been lost through combining the two. Similarly with the Human Relations Commission. Their meeting notices, the concept would involve indicating that either one or both are meeting at, in that particular setting, and the agendas would be prepared in that way and the notifications would be prepared in that way. It seemed to be the best way to preserve that ongoing work, but with that set of 9 volunteers with those respective communities or representation of certain communities represented among those 9, and hopefully in that process not lose the effectiveness of anything that they're currently doing.
I'm going to feel a little schizoid here. I think the neurologist in me from 9 to 5 is having conflict with the commissioner part of me from 4 to 6 here. But that would mean that the Human Relations Commission would have to have 5 disabled persons on it. If both sets of,
well, and
I hate to use the term set aside, but requirements or suggested background.
Well, and that was a point that I slipped past, and I'm sorry.
Because if it's the same 9
the
people.
Proposed, it would require a reduction of the representation of the disabled community from 5 to 3. The proposed ordinance,
I may have missed that. Okay.
Yeah, the proposed ordinance anticipates 3 representatives from the ethnic and minority communities, 3 from the disabled community, and that is as was outlined, either a disabled person, someone who is disabled with an immediate family member, or someone who has an immediate family member that is disabled, or a professional with experience in serving the disabled community. So you do end up with 3 representing each of those 2 communities, and 3 without specific requirement.
Sorry. Commissioner Davis, if you go to the actual ordinance under section 2-2 membership, it points that out.
Yeah, I'm I've written a comment under it before and skipped over my own comment.
Yeah.
Because I know the Human Relations Commission, does draw people from religious background, legal background, employment, housing. It has a very, in ideal selection times, it has a very diverse background potentially, and just wanted to make sure we could still field that same diverse background. And not that the persons who would be disabled would not also fit those background criteria. And I'm more concerned about, I guess, the makeup of the Human Relations Commission. I can see that absorbing more of the disability or accessibility committee than necessarily the other way around. But I'm just talking out loud. I'm
Certainly.
Two sides of my brain are talking loudly against each other inside right now, but
Well, I think as
I'll let other people talk.
Fundamentally,
Someone may say something that just sort of crystallizes it for me.
It's fundamentally is a policy decision from you. While your power is not plenary in this regards, you have very broad discretion as far as structuring committees and sizes and things. And I think it's important to emphasize the goal of this is to continue to get that input, because I certainly think it's valuable. And I think the commission made it clear that they wanted to continue to get that input. What we were looking at was trying to address some of those concerns about, the potential quorum and the specificity of some of the memberships, and just basically being able to field some of the committees at their full strength. So you certainly have the discretion to, not approve one of the ordinances if one of these structures concerns you or something like that, or we could certainly take your input on that, on whatever you thought. This is basically just a synthesis of what we thought was the guidance we'd got earlier from the commission, but at the same time trying to ensure that input was still coming to you, because you made it clear that you wanted to continue to get that input. And so we're trying to achieve both of those at the same time as address those quorum and shortfalls by eliminating some of, for example, the specific requirements in the building advisory board, which we're not able to fill because we don't have enough, quote, professional category individuals. So those are basically all the different thoughts. It's kind of a bit of a stew, if you will, in terms of what the ideas were, and looking at these different committees and kind of synthesizing these proposals into the 4 ordinances and the resolution you see before you.
Yeah, just 1.5 question. When a position on the board is not filled, that spot does not count against the quorum, does it?
It does. It does. Go ahead.
It does, depending on the language, and there is certain of these make a distinction between the full membership and the membership that are currently in place.
Okay. And we've done a deep dive to identify which folks we select are likely to be the folks who don't show up, or just to figure out why we have these no-shows at the meetings.
What we've done is, and Greg and I have both done, is working with the city clerk and the other liaisons of the different departments to get their input on this. Because these are the people that deal with the committees on a daily or weekly, maybe a monthly basis, so they're much more familiar with it. With the overarching goal being to minimize the disruption to people who are within their current terms. Now, some people may be impacted if their term ends August 31st of this year and you approve the reduction in size, then they may potentially not get renominated. However, we never know what's going to happen as far as who is going to decide to request a renewal, or who is going to request to apply to be on the commission. That's just something that we just don't know. What we thought that this was kind of striking that balance between the two, to continue to get that input, but try to make some of the committee sizes a little bit more manageable. And so it's trying to achieve that balance, but unfortunately, I'm not omniscient, but working on that. So
I have a question for City Clerk.
Oh, okay. It's been hard for me not to talk because I'm like, this is what I deal with. My hands are in this. So
One of the most overwhelming tasks as serving as a commissioner is when we get that packet this thick of applications for boards. When can we expect to receive that?
I will be preparing those with your next packets, which will be coming to you on August. What date is that Thursday? August 7th. But presumably you will see quite a few less since we are, since we don't have to appoint to both the human relations and accessibility. I'll only have to include a list of applicants to consider for the boards together, a few less for animal control. So it should be somewhat, still a lot of applications for me to give you, but you won't have to make as many choices. And to speak to Commissioner Davis's point on people that don't show up to the meetings, we do have a process in place for when that happens. The board liaisons, the staff liaisons will let us know, and then usually Holly in the city manager's office will reach out to them to see if they're going to improve their membership. If not, she'll have a letter sent to them that'll dismiss them from the board if they don't improve. Obviously, we don't know when we look at those EOIs who is going to be a consistent participant and who's not, but that's kind of your discretion. You look at those EOIs and you determine from what they put in those applications who you think might be the most valuable asset to the boards based on what they write. So, but of course, you're always taking a chance as far as finding people who will participate. But yeah, to answer that question, your next package should have those in there for you.
So that'll be August 7th, and they will be due.
I have them due by Wednesday, because I will have them at the August 25th. Wait, is that right? Yeah, the August 25th. So you'll need to have your recommendations back to the mayor by August 20th.
Right, okay. When we discussed this at length some time ago in the study session, issue I brought up, and I felt there was consensus with the commission, was to have some dress code recommendations for members of these boards. And I'm disappointed that there's nothing in there concerning that.
So what we focused on was really slowly the committee size and organization. That doesn't mean that we can't address the commission's preferences in regards to the dress code, but really the focus on this was solely on looking at the size and mergers and consolidation and functions of the committee, and not the dress code. But that certainly doesn't mean that we can't address that at any point in the future if that's the desire of the commission.
And Mayor, if I may, that certainly concur with what Mr. Hennessy just described. That, and didn't mean to disappoint, and possibly should have noted it earlier, but that would be in the resolution that addresses board and commission policies across the board. None of these specific ordinances would have addressed that type of question. These were all code changes necessary to implement the proposal.
I try to follow as many of these meetings as I can and go through them on the YouTube channel, and I just think people need to have a little respect for the position. And my big issue is wearing baseball hats up here and T-shirts with expressions of causes.
Just, what's the rough percentage of meetings that are canceled because of lack of quorum? And we're talking in the 10%, 30%, 50% range?
Well, I hate to give this answer, but it depends. It depends on what timeline you're talking about. It depends upon what committee you're talking about. I don't have all those numbers in front of me. It's really, it varies a lot from committee to committee in the time frame. Sometimes what you'll see is committees are very stable for a long time, and then all of a sudden they'll go through a state of flux. But I don't know those specific numbers offhand, so I wouldn't want to give you a guesstimate at this point in time. I'll let the city clerk, if she wants to give you an answer.
I mean, I'm just looking back at the emails we send out when meetings are canceled. I mean, in 2025, we've had 4 meetings get canceled across all the boards and commissions due to a lack of quorum, which isn't a lot, at least this year. Looks like there were quite a few more last year in 2024, but in 2025 so far we've had 4 get canceled.
But Nikki, is that in advance of the meeting that it's canceled?
Correct,
So
yeah.
that we know. So
Yeah.
there are meetings that we don't know in advance, and we just don't have a quorum that shows up,
Oh.
and that probably isn't recorded. I'm not
Yeah, I
sure that
don't
you would
have any
record
record
that,
of
but that certainly does happen.
In fact, my experience is that's more often what happens than officially noticing it up that we weren't going to have a quorum. It's you'll have some individuals show up, and then they'll determine that they don't have a quorum, so then the meeting isn't able to go forward at that point in time. But I don't have those numbers specifically.
Has that been a problem for accessibility and for human relations? I mean, just off the top of your head, I don't need hard data, but.
I mean, our most recent one that was canceled was the Human Relations due to a lack of quorum. That was supposed to be their June meeting. Otherwise, looking back, accessibility. Yeah, I mean, at least since I've been here since 2022, Human Relations has accounted for 4 of the notices we've sent out. And accessibility for 1. But again, that's in advance of the meeting if we know. I don't know for when they actually convene and discover they don't have a quorum. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, just my thought is we value these commissions and committees, and Plan A is how it was set up, and it's not working, so we're having to pivot and go to Plan B. And maybe there's facets of it that aren't ideal, but it's better than not having those meetings at all. And maybe my interpretation of this is really basic, but that's kind of my takeaway from this.
Counselor, do we need to a roll call on each of these individual ordinances?
Just the resolution or the ordinances, and not the resolution.
Yeah, I think the mayor is correct. As far as the roll call, the ordinances require a roll call. The others, the resolution would not. But there does need to be separate action on each item, 4 of which require a roll call. And
each ordinance number needs an individual roll call.
yes, the vote has to be recorded, and recognizing the potential that could be different depending on your thought. That's what prompts the need, rather than being able to aggregate ordinances.
Thank you. Ready for public comment? All right.
Norman Mountain Salina, so you object to this hat? Look at this, people. And that's what we got for a commissioner. I can't wear my hat.
Would you wear your hat to church or a formal business meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Do you wear that hat in a courtroom?
Where?
Do you wear that hat in a courtroom?
Yes, I can.
We'll let the judge decide that.
Huh?
We'll let the judge decide that.
Constitution decides it.
Thank you, Mr. Nummel.
What do you call me?
I said thank you, Mr. Mantle.
Thanks. Anyone else wish to comment?
John Blanchard. So, why are citizens of Salina not volunteering or showing up for board meetings? It was stated in the staff report that all of this is based in part on feedback given by staff and by preferences of the City Commission. Did anyone think to ask existing board members for input? How about potential volunteers? Was there a questionnaire or a survey? Have any of you just talked to people? If you have, you'd likely know that there are many causes for a lack of participation on these boards. A large part of the problem is the meeting time. Meetings that begin at 4 p.m. limit the number of people who are able to participate. Why not move the meeting time? Another cause for lack of participation is that people feel that their actions are just a formality and their participation doesn't really matter. Often their comments and concerns are simply ignored. A good example of this is the Building Advisory Board. The city website states that the job of the Building Advisory Board is to study building and fire codes, make recommendations to the City Commission, and serve as an appeals panel for code-related issues. They also advise on the licensing and testing of construction trades and recommend regulations for building practices. Now, when the city manager and city attorney appoint themselves as the appeals board on a code-related issue and summarily change the licensing and testing requirements for specialty contractor licensing and fire alarm testing, you send a message to that board that they really don't matter. This practice is pervasive and entrenched across many boards and commissions. We are a community that is rich, with a rich history of volunteerism. But people with diverse backgrounds are not showing up to volunteer for this organization and people in general. I believe the approach today treats the symptoms, not the disease. We have a crisis, and it's deeper and more problematic than housing, murals, and log jams. It's a lack of civic engagement, and it's a sign that people feel like the place they live isn't worth caring about anymore. It is a clear indication that significant challenges persist within the community. Aggressively addressing underlying issues such as public trust, transparency, and accountability, as well as increasing our commitment to civic participation, and addressing social and economic inequality is essential to restoring hope and fostering a sense of shared ownership and pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment?
Tony Johnson again. Interesting about the hat. You brought up church. I was going to tell you, don't feel offended because I'd wear it to church too. You know, there's this little thing known as the First Amendment that kind of protects that, what you wear on your body. You know, you've got a city employee over here sleeveless with tattoos showing, but does that offend you too?
I'm not responding to you, sir.
Is that right?
That's right.
And see, that's part of the problem here is you looking down your nose. See, this room is built wrong.
Okay.
You all are on
stand there
a
and criticize
pedestal
us all
where
you
the
want.
public should be on a pedestal because you're working for us. This gentleman in the black shirt gave me a smart answer when I asked him a question earlier. That's what's wrong with city government. You all look down your noses at us. You want the money, but you don't want to listen and participate in what we have going on, just your agenda.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Any more discussion on this item?
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Looks like there's a hand raised
comment online.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Andreas Mata. I had the great privilege of serving as the youngest ever to be appointed to the Human Relations Commission and the Planning Commission. I was 13 years old when I got the nod from Norm Jennings, the mayor, and I got the opportunity to, as an eighth grader, pretty much, as previous Mayor Blanchard stated, get involved in the city government. And I also, from 2015, 2017, sophomore year to senior year at Salina South, I got a chance to work with others on the Planning Commission. And I tell you what, that was probably the best experience ever beyond than just a high school government class. And I have a few concerns here, several questions, if I could get a response. One, how many youth currently serve on city boards. And along with that, when I was appointed, I was assigned a mentor from the board. Is that still done? And additionally, within the proposed ordinances, is there a spot reserved for youth? The second question is, why not create a special committee made up of city staff, current members of the governing body, and the general public? Because, if this is done, on a random Monday evening, there's no additional input. There needs to be deliberative and not just done at 6 o'clock on a Monday in July. And then lastly, along with the comments by John Blanchard, has this issue been studied? Why is there a drop in involvement? And what kind of outreach is done to the youth and the overall community besides just Facebook? I know Instagram you guys are taking up, but what are you doing to get the word out? People or society nowadays consumes information differently. And so, it's not, when I was, I remember Gina McDonald and Sandy Beverly and Dina from the Human Relations Department coming to Salina's high school, the high school and the middle school. And so I think, this needs to be tabled and needs to be addressed thoroughly. That way everyone can get a piece at the pie in terms of getting their voice out and seeing what can be done as a city, not by the city commission. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comment.
I know we have youth membership. Is there youth on, I can't remember. Is there a youth member for every board?
Not every board has a youth member. Many of them do.
It's about 3/4 roughly.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have taken it from you.
And one thing about the youth members, and this may not, these ordinances may not have anything to do with it, but when we appoint a senior student to an advisory board, it creates a problem because they're going to be off. Most of the kids applying for these are going to college. They're not going to be here for the second half of the year, so you have someone who's not going to show up. We just need to keep that in mind when we're appointing them. But I mentioned earlier I was waiting for some words to hear that would crystallize my thought, and I think two of the last three people brought up some points that certainly strengthen my resolve to have hesitancy to combine the Accessibility Advisory Board with Human Relations Commission. A lot of board members aren't sure if their input matters. In other words, they get appointed, but just like we get elected to this, we think we're going to come in here and change the world, and 90% of what we do is reactive. It's not strategic and proactive. And you find that you got to get two other people to agree with you to do anything. And people have aspirations just as high when they join citizens boards. And, we have to ask ourselves, are we training them properly enough? Do we give them the materials? Are they told what's going to happen by city staff? Do they have input? Now, on the other side, we have highly paid, well-trained department heads who know their business, and someone who just got appointed to a board, shouldn't necessarily tell them how to do something technical. When I first heard that we pumped sewage uphill, what are these sewage pumps? Are they what they sound like they are? I didn't get imbued with all this knowledge just because I got elected. So at some point you have to trust your staff, but we have the boards to have a communication between our citizens and staff. And we may well be looking at the symptom of something rather than the actual cause. And I think some of the boards probably do need to be reduced in size. Reduction in size may help the problem with the Solid Waste Committee. Building Advisory Board, if we've never been able to fill those positions anyway, sounds reasonable. Animal Control Advisory Board. If 7 can come to an agreement more easily than 9, that may be worthwhile. I could probably live with merging trees into parks and recs. I'm having a real issue with the other one, the human relations. I think it's just two they sound similar, but the focus of one is so very narrow, and the other one is much broader, and I just don't see that being a easily flowing two-way street. But I think we do need to look at why people who are so eager to have their EOIs examined suddenly, start coming and then don't show up. Something toxic or something disappointing in that meeting, and we need to find out what that is. Not sure if I had a conclusion to that, but I'm done.
No, I understand exactly where you are, and philosophically, it's those two boards combining that you have issue with, and I think I'm on that same page, to be honest.
Well, volunteerism across the board in all aspects is down. Organizations everywhere struggle to get people, and maybe we need to do a better job with outreach and press releases, but
well, and volunteers like to hear thank you. They like a pat on the back. They like to know that what they're doing has some value. And not that we deliberately don't do that, obviously, but maybe we can figure out a way to, make it more apparent that we value the input. And I think, the meeting time issue has been brought up for a long time, and we try to fit everything into the confines of the 9 to 5 paid staff, but, costs me money to come here at 4 o'clock. I don't know about the rest of the guys working, but, I obviously made that commitment. I make up for it other times of the week that you don't see, but it's for someone who doesn't have that flexibility at work, 4 o'clock is a tough sell to do every month. And I don't know the logistics of having the building open at 6 as far as security and staff, et cetera, whether you can do flex time or whatever, but that's something I think would probably increase interest or certainly participation in some of the boards.
you ready for a motion?
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11235.
We have a second on that?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 25-11235, merger of the Tree Advisory Board into the Parks and Recreation Board. And we need a roll call vote on that, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye. Ready for the next motion?
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11236, merger of the Accessibility Advisory and Human Relations Commission.
Do we have a second on that?
Another die from lack of a second.
Yeah, I would say that's the case. It's, is there a time allotment for that? We'll just let it, as far as let that motion die.
I'd say that has
we're there.
that has passed.
We're there. Okay, just making
And
sure.
I don't mean to make light of that.
No, I just
think,
want to make sure I was following protocol.
No,
as well, and I wasn't.
I appreciate the question, and also I don't again want to speak for Mr. Hennessy, but I think you can see from the solution that we proposed that we had similar concerns or expected that you might have similar concerns. So I think we fully understand that.
There's a reason why there's 4 different ordinances, so.
Yeah.
Understood.
Well, let's try another one.
All right.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11237, reduction in size of the Building Advisory Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance 25-11237, reduction in size of the Building Advisory Board. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Lankowitz?
Aye. On to the next.
We'll extend you the privilege. Go ahead.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 25-11239, reduction in the size of the Solid Waste Management Committee.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second to approve ordinance 25-11239, reduction in size of the Solid Waste Management Committee. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine?
Aye.
Mayor Lankowitz?
Aye.
Go ahead, someone.
Anyone else?
Mayor Linkwitz, I move we approve resolution number 25-8284, amending and restating City of Salina Resolution number 004-6105 regarding the Animal Control Advisory and Appeals Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution 25-8284, reduction in size of the Animal Control Advisory Board and Appeals Board. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes 5-0. And we are now ready for 5.5.
Mayor, I would like to ask the commission and if we could move 5.5 to the end of the agenda. We have a developer here from Wichita and we're running. Is that permissible?
That is certainly the prerogative of the mayor.
I think that sounds really reasonable. So, yeah, I'm good with that. If the rest of the commission is good with it.
Do we have a 2-minute recess?
Let's do a 5-minute recess. So 5-minute recess. We'll re-adjourn at 6:23 p.m.
on here.
So we're back from recess and we're waiting on. Here we go. And we're ready for development business.
All right, item 6.1, consider authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the development agreement for Phase 2 between the City of Salina, Kansas and Salina Destination Development, LLC.
Mayor Linkowitz, before we get started, I will be recusing myself from items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 at this time.
All right, understood. Thank you.
Don't see Ms. Driscoll. Oh, there she is.
She's zooming in, so.
Fantastic. And I think we can proceed. Ms. Driscoll, can you hear us? Outstanding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Go ahead. We've
Okay,
got you.
sorry. Maybe there was an audio issue. I didn't hear the item introduced. So yes, I'm happy to begin.
Oh,
Thanks.
That's on me, sorry.
All right. Well, this item before you is a preliminary piece related to the Phase 2 development agreement. Also on the agenda tonight, you have the item related to approval of special assessments for the Salina Destination project that the city has been working in a public-private partnership to produce workforce housing for. That project is broken up into two pieces. Tonight we are talking about Phase 2 of that project. Currently what the public sees and what many people have seen is Phase 1 of that agreement, and that is the apartments that are going up. The second phase is also rental apartments, but a different style, what we call horizontal apartments. And they're made up of small bungalows, some micro mansions, and other smaller housing product that will fill out and build out that development. So Phase 2's development agreement was adopted October 28th of 2024, and it is also part of that $25 million of state incentive, $1 million of city incentive to get this project moving forward and add additional housing stock. That October agreement allowed for the project to apply for special assessments for public infrastructure related to the project. In moving forward with that, we have a couple items left for Phase 2 to finish its entitlements, and one of them is securing their special assessments and finalizing their planned development district, which is the last stage of their zoning component. Before doing that and looking through the development agreement, we recognize that the development agreement only allows for special assessments related to public water and public sewer, but mention nothing about storm sewer. So before you today is an amendment to the development agreement that would allow for storm sewer. That is typical in commercial projects for us. We have checked with bond counsel to verify that that is allowed under the state statute that regulates special assessments, and what the developer is asking for specifically for 2 drainage ponds and the associated drainage infrastructure and piping that leads from those ponds to be included in their special assessments. As I mentioned, we have a precedent for allowing this, and so staff recommends and supports allowing this amendment to the development agreement, and that's why we brought that here this evening. It's also an item prior to the request for special assessments, because if this amendment is not approved, then the stormwater component would not be valid in their request for special assessments. Additionally, as the question might be raised, this project will also have a special assessment district related to Virginia Drive, but these ones, there's 2 separate ones. The special assessment district we're talking about tonight is for the internal special assessments related to the project site. And then we'll be bringing the Virginia Drive Special Assessment District forward here in the next month or so dealing with that separately. So with that, the items before the commission tonight are to approve this amendment and authorize the mayor to execute, or you could postpone and give staff additional direction on how you'd like this amended, or to decline, and then we would not proceed with the amendment and the stormwater would not be allowed in special assessments. With that, I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Driscoll?
I have a question that not really related to this, but for her and for Mr. Hurt. Kind of like an update on the project, and I was contacted by a person trying to recruit an employee last week who is not getting any response from the I don't know who's managing the leasing, but they were frustrated not getting a response. Can you tell us what's going on?
Sure. Jeremy Hurt with Salina Destination. Not happy to hear that someone's not getting called back, because we do have a team that is working on that. We have a wait list. Last I heard was 190 people on that list. So I know that they are working diligently on contacting everyone, getting them information, getting them applications. So if you can give me that person's name, or I'll follow up however we best contact that person, but would like to get that done because we are pre-leasing currently. We are planning to open the first building in phase 1 next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a certificate of occupancy that we're planning to obtain this week, and move in starting next week for the first building, which would hold 24 units.
So that'll be the first week of August.
Mm-hmm.
So is this going as expected?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Second building should be delivered to us by the contractor mid-August, and the third building towards the end of August before Labor Day is our timing right now.
Well, this person asked me who owns it. He wanted to talk to the owner.
Yeah. Give him my name and number.
Well, I'm going to give you his name.
Okay.
And you can call him. But do you want to give me you got a card?
Yeah.
That I can give him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I had.
But we're the contractor's delivering, I would say, on average for the rest of the year, about 2 to 3 buildings a month, and we'll have everything complete before the end of this year, 2025.
Well, that's good to hear,
Yeah.
the update. And
unfortunately, the pool will probably only be open for a couple of weeks by the time it's
that's
delivered to us, but
disappointing.
we're working on that.
That's
Yeah.
the pool
most
is in
important
ground,
piece.
though,
Yeah.
huh?
Very nice. We have any more questions? No. I will open it for public comment. Please keep it within the 3-minute time constraint, and be courteous, please, and thank you. With no comment, I will bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Mayor, move to authorize you to execute the First Amendment to the Development Agreement Phase 2 project between the City of Salina, Kansas and Salina Destination Development, LLC.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to authorize the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the Development Agreement Phase 2 project between the City of Salina, Kansas and Salina Destination Development, LLC. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0. And on to 6.2.
Item 6.2, consider approval of resolution number 25-8294, a resolution of advisability to establish a special assessment improvement district serving Dry Creek Addition Number 2, Salina Destination Development Phase 2 project.
Mr. Kowach.
Mayor and Commissioners, Jim Kowach, City Engineer. This is the resolution of advisability relating to the establishment of the special improvement district that Lauren Driscoll was just talking about for Salina Destination Development Phase 2. On March 24th, the Commission authorized staff to prepare an engineering feasibility report and resolution of advisability for 2 benefit districts. This is the second one. It's prescribed in Kansas statutes by the City Commission to consider a petition for street drainage, sewer, and water improvements or established sufficiency on the basis of any of 3 criteria. In this case, the criteria number 3 was met, so we have the statutory requirements that allow us to, or allow you to authorize the use of bonds. 100% of the cost of the improvements are proposed to be assessed, which do include the sanitary sewer and storm sewer improvements and water line that were previously mentioned. 100% to be assessed. The 100% accounts for $2,007,296 with a total water cost for sanitary, total cost for water, sanitary, and stormwater improvements shall be assessed on the improvement district. Those districts it's been decided to assess those on a per lot or square foot per lot basis, and the owner has the opportunity to pay that as a lump sum or spread the payments over 20 years. And there are just 3 huge lots as far as they own over 50% of the property. So I stand before you tonight asking to approve resolution number 258294 and authorize city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement with the city of Salina and Salina Destination Development LLC. And I'm here to stand for any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Kowach? No questions, sir.
Thank you.
Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? And with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 25-8294 and authorize the interim city manager to execute an improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Salina Destination Development LLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-8294 and authorize the interim city manager to execute the improvement district development agreement between the city of Salina and Salina Destination Development LLC. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0. And on to 6.3.
Excuse me, I'm going to give this to Mr. Hurt if he wants to get on his way.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll come through. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 6.3 deals with the Logan Reserve Edition and has 2 action items. Item 6.3A is to consider approval of ordinance number 25-11256, rezoning the proposed Logan Reserve Edition subdivision from residential suburban RS to R1 single-family residential. And item 6.3B is to consider the acceptance of the offered right-of-way and utility easement dedications from Gary Norris to serve the proposed Logan Reserve Edition subdivision.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This particular application has been filed by Mr. Gary Norris and is going to involve 2 different separate actions by you. The first is a zoning request, and the second is the acceptance of right-of-way that's being offered, as well as utility easement dedications to serve the Logan Reserve Edition subdivision. So a little background about this particular property. It is addressed on North 12th Street, and it is this parcel at the corner of Harsh and North 12th. It's a larger RS zoned property, and the applicant is looking to divide this property into two separate residential zoning lots. So one zoning lot would contain the existing residence, and the second zoning lot would be to the south of the existing residence and would be available for development in the future. Because the property is zoned RS, there is a minimum lot area requirement of at least 1 acre. The existing size of the lot is 1.1 acres, so if we split it, it'll be non-conforming, and each of the lots, resulting lots or children lots from the parent tract, would be less than 1 acre, and so the applicant is proposing to rezone the property from RS to R1. So In summary, the reason the applicant is requesting this rezoning isn't to change how the property is being used, but rather to create two separate zoning lots that could contain two separate residences. So again, the property is zoned RS. He's proposing to rezone it to R1. There is a significant amount of R1 zoning in the area, particularly to the south and to the east, as you see on the map. So the R1 district is compatible with the surrounding area. When we get into the history of this, and this is going to become more relevant when we talk about the acceptance of right-of-way and easements, but the property is part of the military addition. You can see its context with the highlighted yellow block, and as we zoom in, you can see it here at the intersection of Harsh and 12th Street. The property is part of what would have been Block 41 of the military addition. This area, however, was set aside for the Logan Reserve Park, which never fully developed and was never platted. So what that means is through our research, we couldn't find that any right-of-way for 12th Street had been dedicated and the property hasn't been platted. And so as part of the rezoning, the property would have to be platted as well. So that's why we're getting into platting with the second action item. This is a look of the final plat that we're not taking action on today, but gives you a context of what the applicant is proposing. You have a lot 1, which would contain the existing residence, and you have a lot 2 to the south, which would be undeveloped and available for future residents to be constructed on that property as infill development. So the role of the Planning Commission in this case is to determine whether the subject property is suitable for the residential development and whether the requested R1 zoning would be compatible with the zoning of the nearby properties in the surrounding area. This is a site plan that shows the existing conditions. You can see that there is an existing house with an existing detached garage. One thing to note that the proposed subdivision, because it's dedicating 40 feet of right-of-way along the west 40 feet or along the east 40 feet of this property, it's going to result in a setback for the existing residents of only 16 feet. The requirement in the R1 district is 25. We will note that the 40 feet that is being dedicated is being done so to match the existing setback or existing property line, right-of-way line along this area of 12th Street. Typically what you have in a residential subdivision is a 60-foot right-of-way with 30 on one feet and 30 feet on the other. So this is wider than what's typical. If this was a typical 60-foot right-of-way, the house would be set back 26 feet, which would be conforming. However, because we have extra wide right-of-way, it will be non-conforming, at least at this initial time. Harsh Street was similarly platted with an 80-foot right-of-way, and the north 10 feet and the south 10 feet were both vacated. So to go back to the aerial photo of what that looks like, you can see here the Harsh Street is a little bit narrower because the north 10 feet were vacated and the south 10 feet are vacated. So at any point in the future, if 12th Street were to have a similar exercise take place, then the property could potentially become conforming. But as it sits today, it would be non-conforming. And other than that, the lot, both Tract 1 and Tract 2 that are being proposed would meet the R1 bulk regulations. When we look at the surrounding area, the property is outside of the floodplain. It is served with utilities and has access along 12th Street, meeting all of those criteria. Additionally, there are utilities in the area. There is a sewer line that runs in 12th Street that's noted with the green line. There's also a water line in 12th Street providing water to the properties. And there is a storm sewer drainage system that's underground, that's 12-inch with inlets nearby that collect water and carry that away from the site as well. So no new physical improvements are going to be needed to either 12th Street or to the utilities or any other public services for the area. Looking at the comprehensive plan, The area is currently urban residential, which is appropriate for R1 zoning as well as potentially multifamily zoning. And so the comprehensive plan would be sufficient for the proposed rezoning. The Planning Commission met on July 1st to examine the rezoning request, and at the conclusion of their hearing, they voted 8-0 to recommend that the zoning map be amended to change this property classification from RS to R1. And so they do have a number of findings in support of that. And your options today are: one, the City Commission, they could concur with the findings of the Planning Commission and Ordinance number 25-11256, and rezoning the property of the Logan Reserve Edition from RS to R1. And they could, that's option one. Option two, you could disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and return it back to the Planning Commission for their reexamination. Number three, the City Commission could postpone consideration if you feel you need additional information. Or number four, you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and deny the proposed rezoning request, and this would require 4 votes in support of denial. And with that, staff would take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Do you have any questions? I'll bring it to public comment. Anyone wish to comment?
Developer have any comment?
Well, that's a good question. That would be a negative. Thank you.
I really wanted to put him on the spot.
Well, we have that other item too. So no public comment, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move to concur with the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission approving ordinance number 25-11256, rezoning the proposed Logan Reserve Edition from residential suburban to single-family residential.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 25-11256, rezoning the proposed Logan Reserve Edition from RS residential suburban to R1 single-family residential. And roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Longvine?
Aye.
Mayor Linkowitz?
Aye. On the 6.3B.
This is the companion item to the rezoning request, and this is the dedication of right-of-way along North 12th Street as well as public utilities. So again, the property is a 1.1 acre tract that the applicant is proposing to split into 2 separate zoning lots. So a new subdivision is being created called the Logan Reserve Edition that would have 2 lots. The property is being proposed to be rezoned R1. Again, it's part of the 1888 plat of the military edition, and it is where Block 41 would have been located had it been subdivided. And so we'll kind of skip through a lot of the background and the nature because we've already gone through a lot of that. The lot design, there are 2 lots that are being created. The first lot is a 26,000 plus square foot lot. The second lot is a little over 14,000 square feet. There is 130 feet of frontage for lot 1, and then 70 feet for lot 2. Lot 2 is impacted by a utility easement for a public utility service that would run east-west and then north-south and connect to some properties to the south of them. This site does have access to utilities, again, a sewer line and water line in 12th Street as well as sanitary or storm sewer is already available and are sufficient to meet the needs of the property. The property meets all of the access requirements, and 40 feet of right-of-way are being dedicated to match what's existing on 12th Street, which would result in 80 feet of right-of-way for 12th Street. And the site does meet the comprehensive plan requirements for residential zoning, and is compatible with the proposed uses. And the Planning Commission, again, met on July 1st and voted 8-0 to approve the proposed plat that would divide a single parcel into two platted lots of record with one subdivision. So the City Commission's actions, you could concur with the action of the Planning Commission and accept the offered right-of-way, which is the 40 feet, the east 40 feet of this particular property for public right-of-way, as well as the public easement that's being dedicated. You could postpone consideration to a specific date and time and provide staff with direction regarding additional information that might be needed, or you could decline to accept the offer dedications and return this plat to the Planning Commission stating reasons for not wishing to accept the dedications that are being proposed. With that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Any member of the public wish to comment on this item? I'll bring it back to the commission.
I move to concur with the action of the Planning Commission and accept the offered street right-of-way easement and restricted access dedications and authorize the mayor to sign the plat of the Logan Reserve Edition on behalf of the city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve or to accept the offered right-of-way and utility easement dedications from Gary Norris to serve the proposed Logan Reserve Edition subdivision, a 2-lot plat of a previously unplatted property which is located on the west side of North 12th Street at the west end of Harsh Avenue. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Passes 4-0. And we'll circle back to 5.5 and let's get Commissioner Hoppick or Vice Mayor Hoppick back in the room, please. Thank you.
Okay. Item 5.5 is to discuss the city manager search process.
We should have Mr. Lowe is, can you hear us okay, Mr. Lowe? Okay, we don't have audio from you yet.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic, we can hear you as well. And I will hand this off to Ms. Fisher, and if there's anything.
Yep, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As you have already seen, Mr. Lowe is here to join us. The purpose of the discussion added to the agenda tonight is to allow just some planning and some process determinations to assist in expediting the city manager search process along. We've still, based on direction from previously, we will proceed with the Wednesday special meeting to allow you to deliberate and determine who you want the finalists to be, but to allow us to get a jump on things related to the actual process, dates, involvement from the public, those type of things. Any direction that the commission can provide will help us in getting those much needed arrangements, reservations, publicity underway. So I will turn it over to Mr. Lowe for anything he has to add to that.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, members of the commission. I know that you've been provided a memo from me that highlights a process that we've used in many other communities that we get a lot of positive feedback. It's intended to give you a lot of angles to look at the candidate holistically. The other thing it is intended to do is to get as many stakeholders involved in the process so that they at least become acquainted with the candidates. So the process as outlined in the memo is what we've had great success with. And so if you have any questions about that process or you have any additions, deletions, or other kind of changes to the process that you'd like to see, we certainly can accommodate those. But we'll basically just start with the discussion based on the memo that you've previously been provided.
Thank you very much. Who wants to kick this off?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, looking at your memo, obviously I think we're kind of looking at doing our interviews and I guess what we call meet the public on, 11th, 12th, 13th of August? Is that what we're kind of shooting for?
Well, we're shooting for the 11th and 12th. So Sunday would be probably a travel day for those candidates. And then we would have, there is one candidate that if selected has a conflict on the 11th, so he would not be able to attend the meet and greet on the 11th, but would be available to do the rest of the activities on the 12th.
Yeah.
So we're set for the 11th and 12th. We shouldn't need the 13th.
Okay. My concern is we have commission meeting on the 11th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and my concern was that we keep that agenda light. Looking at the planner, it doesn't look too heavy. I'm looking to the city clerk here to.
Nothing's been added since I sent it out on Wednesday. So.
Well, I just don't want us to be here at 7 o'clock and having candidates sitting around waiting. So, anyway, obviously we need to set up times for the candidates and spouses to do community tours and figure out who's going to do that. Set up.
Sorry to interrupt. One quick point of clarification. I just want to make sure that as Mr. Lowe was talking about individuals that might not be able to, he is referencing individuals out of the 9 or 10 semifinalists that were previously selected, that not that there are any predetermined finalists yet.
Okay.
So just to make sure that that was a point of clarification, that is what he is referencing. Okay. The last executive session when you were able to whittle down the semifinalists, that was the one individual he was referring to.
And then how long of interviews with the commission individually would you set up for those candidates? Would they be 45 minutes, an hour? What's your time frame for us to interview each candidate?
I typically give an hour and a half for the commission. We budget an hour and a half. You don't have to use it all, but generally we don't want to hurry that part of the process because you've got to have a comfort level. So we budget an hour and a half, and we think depending on how many of those 9 candidates that were semifinalists, depending on how many of those you decide to bring in, we think that we can have your portion done all on the 12th. So the only thing that you'd have to do on the 11th is come over and at least have a showing at the meet and greet, and so you can introduce yourselves. And as the public will probably keep them busy until you've concluded your business that evening. But so we would basically just set up an hour and a half with 3 to 5 candidates, whoever ends up being selected, and an hour and a half should be sufficient for you to take care of them all on the 12th.
Okay.
Previously, a lot of this runs together, but did you have individual commissioners doing one-on-one interviews with the candidates or the commission as a whole?
My typical practice is for you all to interview that candidate together. Typically, you'll have an agreed upon set of questions that you all absolutely want to have answers to, and those should go to each candidate should have an opportunity to address those questions for the whole commission. And then that why I give you 90 minutes is because we don't want to have a robotic experience. So I want you to have some time to have an interactive discussion with the candidate that can be a little bit more free flowing. So that is the intention of having 90 minutes to be able to cover that. But I think you should do it together as a group.
I agree 100% because I would want to be able to hear the answers, the responses to other commissioners' questions. So that's
And that would
100%.
be in open session or executive session?
Well, that'll be, yeah,
Executive, I would assume.
that's just us. That'll be I guess if you want to call it an executive session, it'll be an executive session.
Okay.
I expect it would be in an executive session. You're at the point then where you do have the privacy interests of the applicant at issue. So that's really not just because you want to, it's as a matter of necessity.
So we would actually convene a meeting Tuesday afternoon?
Yes, that is necessary to have a lawful executive session, is to convene the meeting and then appropriately move into that executive session.
Do we have a time for that? Because I need to add that into my work schedule.
I would block off all day. We'll know more Wednesday on whether we bring in 2 or 4 or 5 candidates once we discuss that. So if it's an hour and a half each, if you have 4, you're talking 6 hours. So we're not going to start at 4 in the afternoon.
Or even 12.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I would block off the entire day and just.
You better call
Wednesday
Ron.
we'll have a better idea.
Well, typically we like to start those interviews in the morning so that you're done and able to debrief after you've heard all candidates for a brief time at the conclusion of your interview process. So if you figured that you'd start around 8:30, you would easily be able to do 4. You could even have one candidate. You could do a brief lunch break and do that. So we can accommodate pretty much anything, but I'd like to do it in the morning specifically, or start at least in the morning, so that you do have some time at the conclusion to deliberate.
Chris, if the community does the meet and greet and meets the candidates, how are comments from the public provided to us, if there are any?
Well, I usually have comment cards available for the public to fill out. And so what happens is I will collect those at the conclusion of the meet and greet, or we'll have a box to collect them. So folks, if they can't find me, they can just put it in the box, and then what I generally do is summarize those for you. But of course, if you want to sift through them each yourselves, but generally I will do a basic, just a little summary sheet that kind of wraps up most of the comments that we may have received.
And as far as our meeting the candidates at the meet and greet, I'm assuming no more than 2 of us could stand next to a candidate and talk at one time?
Well, I'll let Greg address that, but no, it's more akin to a social event where all 5 of you could be, all 5 of you could be present, because you're not really discussing the city business. You're really only meeting the candidates, and it's mostly for the public to have a lot of time to speak with them. I just like for you to at least be able to drop by, introduce yourself to the candidate, and brief chit chat, and then so you're ready for them the next day. But Mr. Bankston might correct me on that if he's uncomfortable with that.
Do you want me to address that?
I think we're all looking your direction.
Well, technically speaking, certainly you all may participate. The question does become, how do you best avoid either the actual or appearance of a majority of the commission discussing the city's business in that context? The point about 2 is correct. My possibly overly cautious recommendation would be that in that environment, I would think as long as one of you was engaged with one of the finalists, as a matter of courtesy, it would, and appearance, probably be best just to kind of keep it on that basis, if that makes sense. Now, if two of you just happen to be talking to that person, that's not a violation. But it, as long as as long as three of you aren't gathered there with the candidate discussing city matters, you are technically in safe territory. But how you wish to make sure that doesn't appear otherwise is up to you all, I think.
So the time.
I guess you could tag team it, and a couple of you could come in for and make your rounds, and then kind of tag out, and another couple could come in, or the other three could come in, and just with the understanding that you're going to not engage the candidates as a threesome, if you will.
So this time frame and agenda, do we need to work this out tonight and decide how we're going to do it?
I just need you to approve that you like the process, that it gets you what you want. And if you look at the memo, it's intended to give all city employees, not necessarily just department heads, but all city employees an opportunity to meet these candidates beforehand. Any other stakeholders, be it chamber, business community, economic development, and just general public, anybody that wants to put eyes on those candidates, it's intended for all of those stakeholders to be engaged in that meet and greet. And then the next, we'll be doing community tours. So the candidate, because we're auditioning for these candidates as much as they are auditioning for us. And so what we want to do is make sure that we show them the breadth of operations that they're going to be looking at taking over. And so we'll have those community tours, and then we usually do an exercise, which you guys provide me kind of a community issue, and we'll either ask them to provide a PowerPoint or a memo that allows you, and we usually use some combination of department heads or senior leaders or management team leaders, however you want to structure that. And those folks will kind of listen to that presentation. They will provide their comments on the person's professional presentation of the issue. And again, I will provide a summary of those comments on each candidate as well. So you will have all of that. So we like to do those things kind of on the first day, so that I have time on Monday night to put all that information together, so that you're ready to go and have that information available to you when you start your interviews.
So I guess my further question is, who's going to schedule all this? I'm guessing
Natalie and I can work on that for sure.
Because I'm guessing Monday.
As long as she's nodding and smiling, I can't see her.
We're in the clear. We're good.
Okay.
So I'm guessing Monday we'll do the community tours and meeting with staff, and then the meet and greet in the evening immediately following our meeting.
And as far as the community tour, we just leave that up to staff's discretion as to who
does it. Yep.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
As far as details go, is there anything else we need to cover, or do you think we're making
May have some more Wednesday, but I think we're good for now. I am.
Mayor, if I may, one detail. Mr. Hawksworth stepped out, as you may have noticed, and alerted me that, in short, this room is booked solid that Tuesday. So I don't know if that's a detail that needs to be addressed this evening or not, but...
was there a way we can utilize...
Well,
because
last time we did this, when I was involved, we did the interviews at Tony's Pizza Event Center, didn't we? I don't think we didn't do anything in this room, because that's going to be,
I believe the 4 finalist interviews last time occurred in a conference room on the second floor.
At TPEC.
Private, no, here.
Was it here?
And
Yes,
there was no action to be determined
Right.
following, so it was just a function of recessing in for executive
Right.
session and anticipating what time
Yeah.
you would finish. The process last time, after those 4 finalists, 2 emerged, and then there was a public forum at Tony's
Yeah,
Pizza
that's where it
Event
was,
Center.
yeah. But I don't think we really need to be in this room.
Yeah, that's a good thing, it sounds like.
Sounds like.
So, I guess you probably got a schedule to book conference rooms. The only thing I can think of going on here would be county commission meeting on that Tuesday, but.
Well, one thing, we don't have to worry about it. Someone else in a better position to set up that will take care of it for us.
Manage this part of it.
Yeah.
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 So as far as action goes, Mr. Bankston, all you need from us is essentially those 2 dates. And do you need, how in-depth do we need to get into what's going to happen on those 2 dates? Just.
I don't think we need to do anything. There's no motion to be made or anything. We're just now setting up the dates that we're going to do. Is there?
No, I think that's correct.
Yeah. There's no action to be taken.
Oh, fantastic.
We may, I mean, at whatever point in time, I mean, the details may ultimately prompt the need to formally determine when you're going to be convening in any meetings necessary to carry out the
And
plan.
that'll just be notice sent out by the clerk, won't it?
It could.
Yeah.
It could.
Okay.
Well, I could see doing fairly major press release or reaching out to some of these stakeholders to let them know what's going on, because it is a busy time of the year. A lot of people.
They can be notified now because they're not going to necessarily have the names before they show up anyway. And we don't know how many. We may meet Wednesday and decide we only want to bring 2 people in. We may decide we want to bring 5 in. So the actual schedule will be determined Wednesday or Thursday. But
I guess I kind of overthought this, that we were going to dive into details here, but.
Yeah, if I could interject, I would just suggest that if you're comfortable with the type of process that's outlined, I will discuss with Greg what needs to be noticed, what doesn't need to be noticed, so that the schedule complies with all of the COMA requirements, and you're in the clear. And then Natalie and I'll work on the details of when and who as soon as we know something on Wednesday. So really, I just need to know that you're comfortable with the process, or if there's some other activity that you'd like to see us put together for the candidates. If you're comfortable with the process, we can move forward on kind of putting together a schedule, and then we'll plug names in once you've made that decision on Wednesday.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
I'm good.
Yeah. So we have a consensus on that, and
yep. It's like being father to bride, father to groom. Just show up on time. That's all we have to do.
Right. So father to bride, I was gonna have to write a check.
Yeah, I realize there's a big difference between those 2. Right.
So with that, I think we're
ready for citizens.
Yeah, Mr. Lowe, I think you're good to go, and you can go back to your vacation, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right. I will do that, exactly that right now. So thank you all for letting me appear this way, and we'll try and do this again on Wednesday. You're 2 hours ahead of me. Is that Wednesday meeting at 4?
Yes.
That's affirmative, yes.
Okay, so it'll be 2 my time, so I'll just make sure to be available before that.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thank you all. I'll go ahead and sign off.
All right, thank you.
So that brings us to Citizens Forum. Please abide by the 3-minute time constraint and keep it cordial, please, and thank you.
Morning, Madam Salina. When's the last time you commissioners read your code of conduct? I've had this since 2018. That's why it looks so ragged. But I keep it. I read it all the time. Bet none of you ever read it, have you? Have you ever censored a fellow commissioner? If not, why not? You have done it in the past. Why don't you censor your fellow commissioners, put him over there in the corner with a little hat on?
I think staff has an answer for that question pertaining to previous.
There has been a commissioner censored here in the past by this commission.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, that's correct. There's, I believe, at least one time there's been a commissioner who's been censured with an ethics code violation.
Thank you.
Ben Winholt, Salina. A week ago Friday, there was on 311, there was a story about the east side of Ohio, Schilling, is going to be treated by the county commission and the city of Salina. It's not our road. But let's go back to how we got here. I'll call them, to be nice, the developers of the land on both sides of this road knew when they got started, when they bought that land and they planted it, platted, thank you, platted the land, that they knew what they were getting into and what that road was and how well it was traveled by sand trucks. And yet you have the people that bought these places not knowing that, are complaining to them. So one of the three amigos goes to the county commissioners and begs to get something done with the road. And the county commission wasn't going to do anything. But then the city got involved and said they'd pay for half of it. Now the cost is not that much, $3,250. And the reason I'm saying this is I want to go on the record of not so much the money, but the principle of the thing. These are the three amigos that have broken the rules for grant money for the housing that they're doing on the south side of that road. They've gotten two times. They've got the time limit extended. They got caught making the townhomes too small. They got a slap on the hand. And they're also getting grant money out the yin-yang, which what they're putting in their pocket, because not only did they get that, they got tax abatement, they got sales tax relief on building material, and they got no inspection fees and no permits. That alone, right there, from the city, giving it to these guys, it comes to be about $2,000 per dwelling. So what I want to know is what these guys have, how they can get this done, and the city will bend over backwards for them to do this, when you possibly have somebody out in the county that has a dirt road and has asked for it to be sealed and won't get anything. So I just want that out on the public to know just possibly who the good old boys are in this town, which we know.
Your time is up,
Mr.
Winholtz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I didn't want to be first. I'm Lucille Sanderson, and 2 weeks ago, John Blanchard gave Jerry Ivy a hand in the cookie jar look, because he was caught signing certificates when he did not have the authority, he did not have the training, he didn't have the deal. I bet you didn't do anything to him. Jerry, hurry up and get it. Have you give up on Steve? Have you give up on the Cozy Inn yet? Are you still fighting him? Don't hear an answer. That's putting money down a rabbit hole, and I think we've done enough. Greg, what would your parents say if they were alive? Greg, we put enough money into this. And, you know, talking about this roundabout, and I spoke to one man before the meeting, and I said, I really, honestly, and I do not know how to drive on a roundabout. Well, we'll just put it in the paper and things. And I said, wait a minute, who takes a newspaper anymore? You need to do something. Where did you get your study? Well, we study studies. No, you need to do your own studying. Go out here at the truck stops. Get a hold of these truck drivers that go over the road. Ask them how they're pulling that trailer behind them and how they're going to make their turns. I had a son while he was living, drove trucks for a living. He dreaded the time he had to take freight down to the water in New York City because the streets were so narrow. They had troubles getting that semi around. Do your own study. Go out, talk to these truck drivers. Ask them what they think about the roundabout. They're not staying in Kansas. They're cross country. Go to the police department. No, not in Salina. Hayes has roundabouts coming out of their heads. Heads, they're everywhere. Ask them what they feel about it. Don't take what somebody else got. Do your own. You'll get a much better answer. Are you still fighting Cozy Inn? At least he didn't hurt anybody, but Jerry's signing things. And if something happened to one of those buildings that caused death, devastation, it would have been hurting you guys. And look, he's sitting on the commission. And I thank you. Wake up.
Tony Johnson. I'll just continue our conversation we started in the restroom there earlier, but Jacob's heard me say this 100 times. My thing is basic government functions, guys. Quit chasing the shiny object that's out here, and, you know, we're still driving on streets made out of brick. I'm pretty sure Model Ts probably drove across that. You know, we want to pretend we're this progressive city, but we have streets that are hundreds of years old using a method that is completely outdated. I mean, that ought to be a priority, I would think. Infrastructure. If you have good infrastructure, everything else around it thrives. If you don't, it declines. So, like I said, you all were talking about the tree advisory board, and I had to chuckle because it took me 3 years to get the city to come out to trim trees on my block. I mean, and supposedly we got a bucket truck ordered. It's like 2 years out. But we can't even trim the trees that are in the city right away. And we've got, I mean, I've been in the transportation industry my whole life, but I know fire trucks aren't cheap. We're millions of dollars deep into new fire trucks. I don't even want to think what they would, kind of damage they would incur driving under these tree limbs. And the city trash truck, when they come down the street, we've got these nice trash trucks. It sounds like Armageddon. I mean, it just boggles my mind that we can find money for all these other things, but we can't do the basics. Let's get the basics right first before we worry about all this other things, you know. And I'll leave it at that. And that's where I was going earlier with my conversation.
Anyone else?
Mayor, move for adjournment.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.